Good morning, everyone on Zoom. I am looking for a thumbs up from individuals that are on Zoom, or a hand raise if you can hear me. This is a test, looking to see if, thank you. Perfect, guys, everyone, thank you. We'll be starting shortly.
All right, good morning and welcome to the March 21st, 2024 City Council meeting. The time is now 9:15 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, next is the invocation given by Padre Nelson Serrano, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand? Good morning.
Good morning. Let us be still in God's presence. Dear God, our loving Father, we gather here this morning to express our gratitude for the gift of a new day in our lives. We thank you for giving us another chance to love and serve those around us and positively impact our city, spreading your love and presence throughout Fresno. We invite you this morning to join us in this place, and wherever we may go, may our actions be governed by love, not just for those who share our appearance, beliefs, and language, but also for those who are different from us in any way, whether it is the language, faith, country of origin, sexual orientation, or identity. We humbly ask for your blessings upon the workers of the city of Fresno, whether they are here, working on the streets, or in other facilities, and doing what they are called to do. We also pray for guidance and blessings of our elected officials, Jerry, Annalisa, Mike, Miguel, Tyler, Luis, Gary, and Nelson. May you inspire them with wisdom and love and enable them to serve those in need, including the unhoused, farm workers, immigrants, victims of violence, human trafficking, and all those struggling with their health. We beseech you to guide them in making the right decisions for the betterment of this beautiful city of Fresno and successfully navigate through the agenda. May our own town and resources serve as your loving hand, caring for all those in need. We pray for all those we love and all those we are called to love more, even those who are difficult for us to love. May God, our Creator, our Redeemer, and our Sustainer, bless us today, tomorrow, and always. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, there have been a few changes, but first, a couple of announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translation available via Zoom, and we also have closed captioning, and we do have Spanish translators in the chamber, and they'll quickly let the audience know what they can provide for them.
Sí, buenos días. Si necesitan interpretación en el idioma español, pueden pasar aquí a agarrar equipo para escuchar las presentaciones en español. Gracias. If you need equipment to either hear the meeting in English or if you need translation in Spanish, please come here and pick up the equipment, and we're happy to help.
Thank you very much. And on to the agenda. The following corrections need to be read into the record. First, we have consent calendar item 2F, that is file ID 24264, regarding a 5-year instructional services reimbursement agreement with Fresno City College. Councilmember Esparza is an employee of Fresno City College, yet pursuant to government code, he does not have a conflict with 2F. Also, item 2Z, a correction needs to be made to section 1-601C of the bill/ordinance. The sentence is, the city attorney will notify council of all issued subpoenas. So in its entirety, section 1-601C will read, the city attorney may exercise these powers prior to or following the filing of any civil, criminal, or administrative action to the fullest extent permitted by law. The city attorney will notify council of all issued subpoenas. And also as an announcement/correction to the record, proclamation regarding Fresno Elite Triptychon and Bombshell Cheer Champions. City Manager's Office was removed as a co-sponsor from that item. And we also have closed session item 5A, that is file ID 24388. That is regarding significant exposure, one potential case. The government code section was listed as 54956.9 subdivision D2, and that government code section should actually read subdivision D4. And then items removed from the agenda. Consent calendar item 2BB, that is file ID 24-416. Resolution regarding outdoor warming fires to be a health and safety hazard and public nuisance. That item has been removed from the agenda and will return the following council meeting on April 4th. It was removed by the sponsor, Councilmember Arias. And then the following items have been moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. First, we have consent calendar item 2E, that is file ID 24-328. That is a resolution adopting the 578th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule regarding firework administrative citations. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Vice President Carbasi. We have consent calendar item 2I, that is file ID 24281, to reject proposals received for a citywide requirements contract for elevator maintenance and repair services at various city locations. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Vice President Carbasi. And then we have consent calendar item 2Q, that is file ID 24-306, approving the Second Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement with Dudek, sponsored by the Department of Public Works. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Maxwell and Vice President Carbasi. And with that, I have no additional changes.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We'll start with Councilmember Arias.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell.
No further changes, President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Butterfield.
Yes, on 2A, from the minutes from March 7th, I'd like it to be clarified that my no vote on item 2G was specifically for the EOC LGBTQ Resource Center. It's not clear in the notes, in the minutes. Okay, so I think
We will make that change if.
Okay, and then I'd like to register a no vote on 2S. 2S, as in Sam. S. S. As in Sam. Yes. Not X-ray, Sam.
Okay, that's a no vote for Councilmember Butterfield on item 2S as in Sam.
And in terms of, we're going to go to the approving of the agenda because I need to recuse myself on an item. Should I wait till the approval of the agenda?
You can let us know now.
Okay, I need to recuse myself on item 9, the 915 item, because I've received a donation larger than the amount that you can vote on an item. 915.
Anything additional, Councilmember?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza? No. Council Vice President Carbasi?
Nothing, Madam President, thank you.
And I have nothing to pull as well.
Council President?
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that the ladies in the audience from the cheer don't think that I'm being removed as a sponsor because I don't support it. It was just an accident that my name was on it in the first place. So I would feel horrible if they thought that I didn't support their championship.
Duly noted. Thank you, City Manager. All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? So moved. I have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? You're voting no? You're voting no? Okay. Hearing none, item passes 7-0. All right, so this is the fun part of the agenda. Then we're going to move on to ceremonial presentations, and we're going to start first with recognizing the Fresno Elite, Triptychon, and Bombshell Cheer champions. All right, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce you all to a group of young leaders in our community who exemplify what it means to be dedicated, what it means to be talented, what it means to be fearless, but most importantly, what we have before us are champions. So this group has made our city extremely proud, and you not only put us on the map here in Fresno, but you all put us on the map at a national level. And yeah, let's give a clap to that. Your hard work has paid off. And I just want to, you guys have so many accomplishments. I had to write them all down. But we have 10 first place titles. We have 4 level championship titles. We have 2 grand championship titles, including the prestigious Quest National Championship. So congratulations. Coach, I'm going to hand the mic over to you where you can just share a little bit more about the accomplishments and maybe introduce who we have up here.
All right, thank you for allowing us to be here today. So today we have a mixture of our Bombshell and Triptychon team, Sophia, Joy, Talasia, Talia, Sierra, Ben, my son Xavier, my son Matthew, my daughter Abigail, and then our coaches Flo and Matthew. This team, along with 8 other teams, has been doing really well. This year we got invited to the Quest, which is a national competition where we took 1st and 3rd in the nation, and that was a follow-up to our championship last year in New York. So we are proud to wear Fresno across our chests as a small nonprofit gym, and we hope to continue to win on our next future competitions, which we'll be taking on the Midwest in Utah.
All right, I'm going to hand it over to the mayor as well to say a few words.
Yeah, briefly, I just want to say thank you to all of you for representing Fresno in this way. and rising to the occasion of becoming national champions, something that no one can ever take away from you. And remember that, no one can ever take it away. And as you get older and you're putting together resumes for jobs and education, that is something that should be on your resume, because it is something that very, very few people ever get to achieve. And then I want to say thank you to the friends and family for your support, for your encouragement, because if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be able to do what they do. And so thank you to the family, to the friends, and to the competitors. Thank you for representing Fresno and being national champions. Thank you very much.
City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
With pleasure. Whereas the Fresno Elite Triptychon and Fresno Elite Bombshell are two competitive cheer teams, each composed of 2 male and 5 female athletes, and whereas the Triptychon and Bombshell teams are led by co-owner and head coach LJ Ramirez, co-owner and director of operations Matthew Ramirez, and assistant coach Flavilla Singleton, both teams received unwavering support from all 3 coaches, as well as supporting staff who volunteer their time to ensure the success of the Fresno Elite teams. And whereas the Triptychon and Bombshell teams are dedicated to investing between 10 to 12 hours a week to practice their routines, strengthen their skills, and develop new skills to remain competitive, this year Triptychon and Bombshell have achieved remarkable success, securing over 10 first-place titles, 4 level championship titles, and 2 grand championship titles, including the Quest National Championship. These championship winning teams embody the spirit and enthusiasm in Fresno. And whereas the Quest, hosted by Varsity Spirit, is an exclusive event in Orlando, Florida at the ESPN Wide World of Sports at Disney World, the Quest is an invite-only competition featuring over 300 teams competing in different divisions. To earn an invitation, teams must secure a bid from Varsity Spirit event held throughout the season. Teams are evaluated based on execution, technique, difficulty, and effective crowd-leading skills. And whereas both Triptychon and Bombshell won their respective bids and competed at the Quest National Championship, at the Quest, Fresno Elite Team Triptychon took first place in the nation, competing in the age group 14-year-old and under Level 1 division, while Fresno Elite Team Bombshell took third place in the nation, competing in the age group 10 to 18-year-old Level 2 division. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the City Council do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2024 to be Fresno Elite Cheer Team Championship Day in the city of Fresno.
All right, so to continue with a theme of spirit and hard work and dedication and teamwork, I'm honored to bring up our next set of folks from the Special Olympics, if you will join me up here to give out our next proclamation. Has anyone here done any sort of challenge to raise money? And specifically, has anyone ever jumped into a cold body of water to raise money? Okay, we have one. What that means is we're here to highlight a really important event that takes place every year, and that is the Special Olympics Polar Plunge. This group, you guys just did it, what, a week or so ago? And you raised, was it $50,000 I saw on your website? $45,000. I think we can do better next year, and so part of what we're doing here is raising awareness of this event, and can't wait to hear a little bit more about where exactly the money will be going to. But did we have any council members do the Polar Plunge this year? Not this year, okay. So we can expect some next year, I have a feeling. But again, this is really to honor the hard work, the dedication, the passion, the unity that is the mission behind Special Olympics. And so the athleticism and everything else that goes into making our community prideful and successful. So Molly, I'm going to hand the mic to you, and you're going to share a little bit more about the organization and how important the Polar Plunge is to you guys.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of Special Olympics Northern California, I'd first like to say thank you for this tremendous honor. At Special Olympics, we believe that special isn't what we are, it's what we do. Our athletes are doing incredible things in our community, and it's a privilege to support them. Our programs are offered free of charge to athletes and their families, so having events like the Polar Plunge and support from our community partners helps make that possible. So thank you for recognizing the bravery of our athletes and the power of inclusion in our community.
Thank you very much. You want to introduce who you have here today?
Yes, with us today we have several of our Special Olympics athletes. We have Scott, Haley, and Michael. We have some parents. We have Special Olympics staff members and community partners and supporters.
Thank you very much. Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Gladly.
Thank
Whereas
you.
Special Olympics Northern California employs the transformative power of sports to initiate change and foster joy, uniting individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to cultivate a more interconnected community. And whereas established in 1968 by Eunice Kennedy Shriver, Special Olympics California subsequently divided into two chapters, Northern California and Southern California, in 1995, with the aim of better addressing local needs. And whereas Special Olympics Northern California fosters an inclusive environment where individuals, irrespective of disabilities, can connect, lead healthy lives, achieve success, and derive joy from sports. They envision a community where unity and respect thrive through sports, celebrating the unique talents of all individuals, regardless of intellectual abilities. And whereas the Special Olympic Northern California community boasts significant participation figures, including 23,542 total athletes, 31,844 total athletes and unified partners, 334 total competitions, and 21,070 total volunteers. And whereas beyond sports, Special Olympics Northern California empowers athletes through health screenings, education, school partnerships, and leadership programs. Their reach spans 40-plus countries in Northern California, counties in Northern California, benefiting thousands. Special Olympics Northern California challenges stereotypes and strives for inclusive opportunities for all to thrive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2024 to be Special Olympics Northern California Day in the city of Fresno.
Up next, we have our Pet of the Month, and that is sponsored by the Animal Center.
Oh, she's pretty.
All right, one of the favorite part of my jobs as the mayor, outside of having coffee with Pastor Kreiner, is being able to sponsor the Pet of the Month that we do once a month in the city of Fresno. And for those of you who do not know, we have our own animal center. It is something I'm very, very proud of. We take pride in our animals because they're not just animals, they're pets. And so many people in our community, especially our elderly, some folks that may not have family members, they rely upon pets to keep them socially active. And so we're very pleased with what we're doing with that. Anana is a young, what is the breed?
She's a Siberian Husky mix.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the mic. Siberian Husky mix is up for adoption today. And so free. So if anybody wants to take advantage of this today, please come up here and or you can meet with them afterwards. Or if you know a family member that might be wanting, or a friend looking for a Siberian Husky, please do that. So with you, I'll turn it over to you.
So we're Fresno Animal Center. We're having free adoptions. That comes with microchipping them, spaying and neutering them, as well as getting them up to date on their shots, including rabies. If you guys can't adopt, we have an embark program where you could take out a dog just for a couple hours. We also have fostering, which is free. We cover everything for that. We are going to be at Big Hats Day on April 6th and 7th, so please come by, see our amazing dogs. Again, free adoptions for that event as well. We're just looking for them to find their forever families.
All righty. Well, thank you very much, and appreciate it. And thank you guys for all you do for our pets in Fresno, and making sure that they have good homes. Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with council member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just informational, thank you to Public Works for turning on the intersection light on Palm and Dennett. That is the Safe Routes to School project next to Muir Elementary. It has costed the city $4 million to improve traffic safety by that school. We are close to finishing up and turning on the light next to Susan B. Anthony. That's another several $1 million of the city paying for improved traffic safety around schools. And then we are working on better improved lighting or some other adjustments for the new stop sign that was placed on Fulton and Dennett and Fulton and Burmer. It's been a difficult challenge for the neighborhood there. Thank you to Pastor Kreiner for last week. He hosted us at Southwest at St. Rest Food and Share Hub. That project funded by TCC and significant fundraising by St. Rest, and Pastor Kreiner is finally going to provide a food hub that's been well needed and deserved in West Fresno. So thank you, Pastor. Go Niners. Hopefully we'll have a better season. Lastly, thank you to the airport for hosting, for the benefit of the public. Every year, a nonprofit organization works to obtain visitor visas to immigrant families in Mexico who haven't seen their kids for decades because of a lack of immigration reform. Once they obtain visitors visas, they get to travel into the United States to visit their family members who they typically haven't seen between 20 and 40 years, and they get to visit them for 2 weeks. The community has been very receptive to receiving them, providing them a place. For the first time, we hosted the reconnection with their family members at the airport itself, and it was a great space and a great experience. So thank you to Vicky Calderon and the Fresno International Airport. I also want to publicly apologize, City Manager, to you and to the airport director, Mr. Thompson. This last week, I got to spend time at both airports in the city, one Chandler in West Fresno, my district, and the second one at the Fresno International Airport. Completely different experiences for the same day. I had never been to a country club meeting combined with an HOA meeting in my district, and that's what the meeting at the Chandler Airport felt like. I've never seen adults who have been so openly disrespectful to an airport director and city staff, and who simply have this sense of entitlement that goes beyond what is basically expected. For the record, Chandler Airport has been subsidized by the Fresno International Airport for years. Those individuals have extremely low rents, the lowest in the region, and for them to have the gall to publicly request that the city make changes to the operations of the airport so that they continue to give a public tax benefit for their airplanes, one that the assessor has determined is not warranted or appropriate under the law, is just, breathtaking. But I do appreciate how the director handled the situation. City managers, you were present. I saw the video from the previous meeting. the level of significant disrespect on professional staff is unwarranted and shouldn't be tolerated. So as I try to tell them, this city has prioritized public safety. We've made our officers the highest paid in the region, our firefighters. We've invested in parks and streets. We've done significant amount of investment, and it's incumbent on everyone as we get to the next budget conversation that people got to pay their fair share. So if they don't want to pay market rate for their private hangars, then they're welcome to go to Madera, Wheatley, or any other airport. But the days of them expecting the city to subsidize an extremely below market rent should be behind us, because every dollar that we spend subsidizing somebody's private hangar is a dollar that's not fixing streets in the neighborhood which that airport exists. So I do want to publicly apologize to our airport director and to you, city manager. You should not have to be treated in that fashion at a city facility. With that said, I do want to bring something to your attention, city manager. I did receive my official protest notice for increasing garbage rates. And I did notice that, which by the way I filled out in protesting. I did notice though that the correspondence only provided an English translation of the justification for increasing garbage rates and refers people to an online system for Spanish, Punjabi, and Hmong. And I think it's important that we communicate in those languages the actual full explanation of the rate increases being proposed. This 3-page document was extremely helpful as I made my own decision on whether to support garbage rate increases. And I think every person who speaks Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi, given that those is a city that we serve, should also have that in their hands instead of being rerouted to a website. But I'll leave that in your hands. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of updates. Again, I just wanted to take a minute to recognize and acknowledge my 2024 Woman of the Year, who I had the honor of awarding yesterday. Her name is Shauna Blair. She's a Fresno State graduate, received both her bachelor's and master's at Fresno State University, and has worked there for the last 20 years, most recently as the major events coordinator. So if anyone's ever been to commencement, if you've been to Vintage Days or Homecoming, Shauna Blair is responsible for all those events. It attracts thousands and thousands of community members each and every single year. A lot of them put Fresno State students to work, so they get a lot of leadership skills and experience. She also founded the Spring Break Alternative Program, which allows, students who might not have anything to do during spring break to get involved with community projects, sometimes with nonprofits or small groups throughout the city, again, giving students experience. She was able to do all that while struggling with breast cancer. She's in remission now, but just has a very incredible story. Very resilient, hardworking person, devoted to the city, and it was really an honor to be able to present her with our District 4 Woman of the Year award yesterday. Very well deserved. And then just a reminder, we're having our annual District 4 Easter egg hunt this Saturday, 11 a.m. at Einstein Park. Last year, we were originally going to do 250 eggs for the kids to find. I didn't think that was enough, so we bumped it up to 500 eggs. Those were gone in about 3.5 minutes. So this year we're going to have 3,500 eggs for District 4 kids. If you live in the area, come by. We'll have lunch. We'll have face painting. You get pictures with the Easter Bunny, and we'll have games for the whole family. So again, 11 o'clock, Einstein Park. We hope to see you there. Thank you, Council President.
What's the age limit?
I think you might have crossed that a couple years ago.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just really briefly, I want to thank, that's terrible. Good? I didn't know you could mute us. It's a little dangerous. Just want to briefly thank the folks that helped out with the mobile food vendor fundraiser we had this past Sunday. As some of you know, we had a tragic accident happen with farm workers. 7 of them passed away a number of weeks ago, and the fundraiser was really the initiative of the mobile food vendors. I sponsored it, but at the end of the day, they came and donated all of their services, the food, their time, and it was really successful and inspiring to see mobile food vendors come together and support. So we raised over $5,000 that day, and the families were there. Were at the end of the event, they were given the proceeds of the fundraiser. I also want to thank Father Jose from St. Anthony Claret. He came out and he's always been very supportive of our community. Was a partner in making sure he came out and supported the families, said a prayer for the event, and then all the organizations and folks that came out. Big special thank you to Mona Ahmed, that a lot of you know her as a rescue advocate, works with our kitties and doggos rescues, but she came out and she was very supportive, so I wanted to publicly thank her. And then also Max's Tacos was one of the supporters there. She's actually the owner that has her establishment over by 145 and 180, and she would actually serve the farm workers that perished in that accident. So she came out and donated her time. So I just wanted to thank all those folks and really say we appreciate it. And it's really inspiring to see that. So with that, Council President, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Butterfield?
Yes. Yesterday, Councilmember Arias and I held a press conference regarding the outrageous salaries and compensation packages that the CEO there and some 20 executives at Valley Children's Hospital are getting. The CEO is getting a $5 million salary compensation package along with a so-called $5 million loan, which is really not a loan, given to him, where he purchases a $6.5 million home in Carmel, paid for with cash, and that supposed loan has no lien on the property. Other executives being paid millions of dollars in the compensation packages ranging from $300,000 to nearly $1 million. Nearly 75% of the patients are on Medi-Cal, which means the CEO and these executives are basically enriching themselves on the backs of poor and sick children, some with cancer fighting cancer. Board members have a fiduciary responsibility, and every one of them owe an explanation as to why they have allowed this. In comparing CEO and executive pay to other children's hospitals throughout the country, many that are the top children's hospitals in the country, and many with larger bed capacity and larger revenues have nowhere near the compensation packages being paid at Valley Children's Hospital. The public who's been donating and supporting Children's Hospital, which includes myself, the taxpayers whose tax dollars go to fund this hospital are wanting answers. And I can assure you, if the CEO and the executives at Children's Hospital, the board members who have been a part of this scandal, think this is going away if they remain silent, I can assure them it's not. I've been getting calls from so many people outraged by this. I've been getting calls from physicians, nurses, professionals, and support staff who work at Children's Hospital or who have worked there, and they are sharing many of the problems that they experienced there and are often ignored by the CEO. In fact, I just got one this morning, amongst many. I'm going to read it. It says, Councilman, as a longtime Valley Children's Hospital employee, I applaud you taking the executive team to task over their outrageous compensation. This has been a nasty secret very few employees were aware of, as only those with some financial acumen knew to access the IRS Form 990. You may be interested in the following points with regards to Valley Children's Hospital rank and file compensation and treatment. Number one, raises have been inversely proportional to those in the executive suite. In 2023, most employees received 2%, with 2.6% in 2022 and 3.1% in 2021. These raises don't even match inflation. I may be off 0.1%, but you get the picture. Number two, the CEO, Todd Suntrapak, communicated that the executive team wouldn't be receiving a raise in 2023 in order to demonstrate their financial stewardship. Little did most people know of the financial windfall over the past years his peers and he enjoyed. Number 3, the hospital continues to struggle with recruiting and retention, all directly related to the poor compensation offered. Over the past couple of years, RN nurse turnover has been as high as 20%. Units are routinely short-staffed, often culminating in turning down patients to the ICUs, unreasonable wait times in the emergency department, and shutting down lines of service in the operating room. That's from one person, and I can tell you of other stories I'm getting every single day. We all recognize the importance of Valley Children's Hospital in our community. As I shared yesterday, the hospital saved the life of my oldest son 34 years ago. My wife volunteers there taking care of sick babies. She's been doing it for years. We financially donate to the hospital. I've been a part of Kids Day for years, and last week, with other council members and the mayor, was standing in the rain selling newspapers for Kids Day. But these outrageous and unjustifiable compensation packages for the CEO and his executives at this nonprofit hospital must be addressed, and that's why Councilmember Arias and I have asked the Attorney General to look into this matter. Similarly, other issues we are now being informed about must also be addressed. We all want Valley Children to thrive, and we want to treat all children of the Central Valley in the most effective way possible when they're sick. But the scandal that has now been revealed must and will be dealt with openly and in a transparent way. And I encourage the media to be looking into these issues, because there are many issues out there besides this outrageous looting of the taxpayer dollar and enriching a CEO and his executives. So I encourage them to look into this as well, because we will continue to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Thanks, Council President. Yesterday, we had the privilege of honoring 8 incredible women. Some of my colleagues have indicated for our annual Woman of the Year celebration. And I had the privilege of selecting Belen Melendrez as the District 7 Woman of the Year for her business accomplishments. She's the owner of the taco shop El Premio Mayor, which has both its locations in District 7 and as a thriving business in our community. And so I want to congratulate Belen for her business accomplishments and her dedication to our community. A big thank you to her for all that she does. This past Saturday, we had Beautify Fresno in our district down at the McKinley and First area. Myself and my staff went out, shared donuts and coffee with volunteers, and they got to work picking up quite a bit of trash. I don't have the exact numbers, but Mark Sandriff's always really good about letting us know the many pounds of trash picked up at these particular sites, and then the collective amount of trash picked up within a weekend, since there are usually multiple Beautify Fresno events going on all at once. Also had the privilege of attending a welcome reception hosted by President Jimenez Sandoval at the President's residence. The reception was a welcome reception for the new executive director of the Maddie Institute, Blake Zante. I want to congratulate him once again for that appointment, and look forward to continuing to work with the Maddie Institute as they move into a number of new different initiatives. Lastly, I'd like to take a brief moment to recognize one member of my staff, Eduardo Gonzalez. He's a service aide who was recently accepted into UC Berkeley's Public Policy and International Affairs fellowship program, and where he will be spending the summer alongside 149 nationally selected students. Not all at Berkeley, they're all about 5 or 6 different public policy schools, but he'll be at the Berkeley campus. And as someone who participated in this program when I was his age, I'm incredibly excited for him and wishing him the best of luck this summer. And that'll be it for me, Council President.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Council Vice President, anything to report?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So a lot of things have happened in the last 2 weeks. We had Read Across America. I was able to read to a few classes at Bullard Talent. They were a great group of kids, very animated, and they were just happy to be able to talk about, I think this book was about tacos, and kids love tacos. So Also attended the Rotary meeting. I'm a member of Fresno Rotary, and we had the Rotary Public Safety Luncheon. We honored 3 different members of law enforcement that have gone above and beyond. For Fresno, we honored Detective Sebastian Rodriguez. I actually was a ride-along with him back in 2019, and his family was there, his parents were there, his wife was there, and she's also with the police department. And it was a very proud moment, and he is well-deserved honor for Detective Rodriguez. Congratulations, sir. Had a good meeting with our Public Works team. I want to thank everyone, Brian, Scott, the 2 Jills, for everything they're doing. They're moving along with Audubon and Del Mar to get some traffic mitigation out there. And the Bullard Beautification Project is nearing completion. Long overdue work on the median out there. And of course, as potholes come up, they're pretty active about getting those things filled along Herndon and other areas with their pothole elimination crew. Yesterday was Woman of the Year in the city of Fresno. I want to thank district staff for Council President Perea's office and my office for their amazing work. They put on a great event. And you're going to notice a theme. Last year, our Woman of the Year was Miss Kimmy Shahadi. And this year, it was Pinedale Elementary Principal Debbie Bowles. And the theme you're going to notice is these are individuals, women that are very strong and dedicated to helping our youth, to helping them not only get the minimum, but above and beyond that, so they can actually be well prepared for society when they grow into adulthood. Principal Bowles started her career many years ago at Pinedale as a teacher, and she herself was a product of Clovis Unified. And she said, I'm going to be the principal of this school. And she did become the principal. And not only has she done a great job of advocating for her kids on campus, she does a great job advocating for them off of campus, making sure the Pinedale Community Center, which is adjacent to the campus, has the resources it needs. She's done a great job at that, but also to ensure that parents in the community have access to ESL courses, to GED courses, so they can get their education as well and be better parents and provide more for their kids as well. So thank you, Principal Bowles. You made us very, very proud, Northwest Fresno. I also want to give kudos to our city manager for all the extra work you are doing. I know there's been a lot of long days in addition to your normal duties, along with you and your staff on our budget. So thank you for that. You are highly valued in the city, and I want you to know that. And lastly, every spring, the first day of spring was yesterday, and the first day of spring is a special occasion for me culturally. It is the start of the Persian New Year. This is a 3,000+ year long celebration. It literally, the word is Nowruz, meaning new day. It honors life and spending time with family and basically cleansing yourself of bad habits. And it's celebrated by over 300 million people in the world. So happy Persian New Year to all those who celebrate. And that is my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And yes, very happy Persian New Year to all. All right, just a few updates for District 1. I wanted to highlight an infrastructure project we currently have in the works. We recently completed some concrete repair work in the Ashland and Valentine neighborhood, and we have now transitioned to road repaving. And so just thank you to all of our teams who are out there every day helping to make this project a success. We are in Women's History Month, and so I did want to thank the terrace at San Joaquin Gardens. They had me to be a guest speaker, and I got to be in a room full of over 100 remarkable women who eagerly shared their journeys with me, and I just really appreciated them taking the time to speak with me. And then as some of my colleagues mentioned, we did have our annual Woman of the Year event yesterday, and so congratulations to District 1's Debbie Rude, who was honored yesterday along with 7 other incredible women here in our city. So thank you. Big shout out to my District 1 team for all the hard work that went into making that event a success, and a special thank you to the District 2 team for helping us to have a very successful event yesterday. Want to wish everyone a happy and safe Easter, and just want to remind folks to please slow down when you're driving out on our streets. I had a vehicle bicyclist collision that resulted in a fatality happen about a month ago in the Van Ness and Clinton neighborhood. So please, please, please just remember to respect our speed laws and always keep an eye out for pedestrians and bicyclists. With that, Mayor, you're up.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be somewhat brief. I, too, had the opportunity yesterday to participate in the Woman of the Year, and I chose my wife to be the Woman of the Year for all that she has put up with over the last 4+ decades. And so I want to say thank you, Council President, for you and your team putting that together. It was incredible and outstanding, and it was almost a surprise for my wife until Councilmember Bredefeld ruined it and told my wife about 20 minutes before the ceremony. So thank you, Gary, for being the spoiler that you are. Also today, Councilmember Arias and I will be out at the Mariposa Mall. We will be doing a groundbreaking at that location. It is the Mariposa Plaza. We are spending millions of dollars on that plaza to make it something that we can all be proud of. A couple of stages, one higher stage, one lower stage, and it will be, as you know, adjacent to the high-speed rail station, the first one in the nation. And there's a lot of plans for that to include a future ice rink during certain parts of the year. So for those of you who aren't aware of it, please come out. Also, I'll be speaking tomorrow at a design-build competition, and it is through a career technical education program. They'll have competition with many of the students. They'll be building a 8x10 structure, and I look forward to that. And then also, I think we're doing a tree planting tomorrow. Councilmember Maxwell and I will be out there planting trees. I think there's 90 trees to be planted. We get 45 each, I'm told. So we'll be doing that tomorrow between 3 and 4 o'clock. Thank you. And I'll be back this afternoon to do the 5-year presentation on the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, anything to report today?
Just a couple things I want to bring to your attention. We've sent out a couple tray memos. We did one on the fourth quarter report for the Economic Development Department, and I know hard copies of their report was delivered to your office, so I would encourage you to peruse that. And I know we're going to be talking about it in the public hearing, but we did get a tray memo out yesterday on the multi-jurisdictional housing element to make sure that you are aware. And we'll talk more during the council hearing. And congratulations to Diane Dyer as the Mayor's Woman of the Year, 44 years. That is the achievement. So I'm super glad the mayor recognized her because she is a saint and does so much for our city as the spouse of the mayor and prior to that to the police chief. And she is such a trooper. So I'm super excited to celebrate her yesterday. And that's it, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, anything to report?
Yeah, calling all volunteers. Boards and commissions are vital to the operations of the City of Fresno and ensure public involvement in the governmental process. The City of Fresno has the responsibility to appoint individuals to a variety of boards and commissions and committees that support many of the day-to-day business processes of the city as well as future planning. So I encourage you all to check out the vacancies at fresno.gov/city clerk. It's under information. You'd click boards and commissions. There's plenty of, not plenty, we have a few vacancies, some council project review committees, immigrant and resident affairs committee, mobile home park rent review and stabilization. Go check them out. If you feel that calling to serve, that's a good place to start. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, anything to report?
Good morning, Council President. A couple of legal updates. First, last week, the Honorable Fresno Superior Court Judge Jonathan Skiles issued a ruling denying a preliminary injunction and a lawsuit against the City of Fresno regarding the naming of Cesar Chavez Boulevard here in the City of Fresno. The court found that the city followed all applicable state and federal due process laws. The court also reaffirmed that the City of Fresno acted within its immense executive and police powers. Thank you to our legal team for their work on this matter. Today I'll be sending out a brief memo on an update to social media laws that was just ruled on by the Supreme Court. I think that you'd all be interested in reading, so just be on the lookout for that.
Thank you, City Attorney. I'm going to give the mic to my colleague, Carbasi, who wanted to make one more comment.
Yeah. To the City Clerk, I want to thank you for talking about boards and commissions. You're absolutely right. This is important. I have some comments on that. This is not directed to your office. Your office has actually done a great job in providing us with information on absences. I want to state for the record, I am growing sick and tired of planning commissioners missing meetings, some of them 3 times in a row. Out of 7 meetings, 6 were missed. This is not acceptable. So I don't want to bring forward a policy on that. I really encourage administration. I know it's hard to find people, but the people we have now, they're all good people. Please push them to attend, because if they don't, we have the power to remove them, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so at this time, we will start today's business by going into closed session to hear 2 closed session items. So we're going to now take our public comment on closed session items only at this time. Public comment on closed session items, that would be item 5A and item 5B. Is there any member of the public who wishes to provide public comment on item 5A or 5B? Please come up at this time. Seeing none, City Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to provide public comment on 5A or 5B?
No, Council President, not at this time.
All right, so we're going to now move to closed session. We will be back shortly.
Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 potential case. Item B, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session.
All right, we are back in open session. City Attorney, is there anything we need to report out from closed session?
Yes, Council President. As to item 5A, the direction to initiate litigation against the County of Fresno regarding the county's general plan update and final EIR has been given. The vote was as follows. Council members Arias, Esparza, Chavez, and Bredefeld in favor. Council members Maxwell, Carbasi, and Perea against.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to start with the 9:10 a.m., which is an appearance by Pete Lugo and Juana Meza to discuss the petition for a request for public workshop on the affordable housing component of the One Fresno Housing Plan. These are District 5 residents. We have a Spanish speaker and an interpreter, so you're going to have 6 minutes. Good morning. Collectively, everybody has a total of 6 minutes. So however you want to split that up, 6 minutes.
Ok, gracias. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Juana Iris Mesa. Soy residente del Distrito 1 y soy organizadora comunitaria con el Movimiento Infantil de Fresno. El Movimiento Infantil de Fresno es una organización no lucrativa que se enfoca en asegurar que Fresno pueda ser un día el mejor lugar para crecer una familia. Quiero empezar esta mañana con algunos agradecimientos a todas las personas que actualmente nos están ayudando a realizar nuestra visión de vivienda asequible en Fresno. Muchas gracias a la presidenta Analisa Perea, concejal Arias, concejal Maxwell, por ayudarnos en nuestra jornada de aprendizaje. Esperamos reunir muy pronto con los demás concejales. También quiero agradecer al alcalde Dyer por aceptar nuestra invitación a nuestra cumbre de residentes que se acerca el 27 de abril en los terrenos de la Feria de Fresno. Y todos son invitados. Hoy estamos aquí pidiendo una actualización del Plan One Fresno Housing. Hemos colectado más de 250 firmas pidiendo que este concejal y el alcalde nos apoye con este pedido. Nuestro grupo está leyendo el documento porque queremos que las pólizas que actualmente están implementando en nuestra ciudad, lo que queremos saber es cómo va la implementación de este plan, cómo mantenemos al público informado del progreso de la vivienda de Fresno. Cuando visitamos su sitio web, no parece actualizado con información nueva de la vivienda. Esto tiene que cambiar, no podemos seguir en la oscuridad. Queremos ver 5 puntos reflejados en su actualización al público. Primero, queremos una lista de cosas que se platicarán en la Junta de forma agendada, presentada a nuestro equipo con anticipación. Segundo, queremos un reporte de cómo se han utilizado los fondos de vivienda en los últimos 4 años. El público merece saber y ser parte de las prioridades financieras de este concejal y su oficina del alcalde. Por tercero, queremos que tengan conversaciones difíciles e importantes sobre cómo movemos el tema de la vivienda localmente. Todos aquí sabemos que el control de renta es el elefante en el cuarto. Pedimos que tengan el coraje de debatir públicamente este tema. Este momento, muchas familias en la calle cuentan con su liderazgo y su valor. Por cuarto, pedimos que como parte de esta actualización, traigan expertos de otras ciudades que puedan dar recomendaciones sobre lo que no se ha hecho en Fresno, como control de rentas, fideicomisos de tierras, inspecciones y recibimientos. Quinto, demandamos transparencia y colaboración. Queremos ver un intento honesto de hacer alcance y co-crear soluciones con comunidades afectadas por la crisis de vivienda. Hemos escuchado que las prioridades de este concejal y el alcalde es atraer y servir a personas que ganan más de 100,000 por año. Espero y esto sea mentira, ya que el 27% o 150,000 personas viven abajo de la línea de pobreza. Yo como madre soy responsable de mis 4 hijos, Ustedes como electos son responsables también por 100% de los residentes en su distrito. Esperamos no solamente escuchar de ustedes sobre los 5 puntos que pedimos, pero verlos responder a esta crisis de vivienda que realmente ocupa a grandes líderes. Gracias.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juana Iris Mesa. I am a resident of District 1, and I am a community organizer with the Children's Movement of Fresno. TCM Fresno is a nonprofit organization that focuses on ensuring that Fresno can one day be the best place to raise a family. I want to start this morning with gratitude for all the people who are currently helping us realize our vision of affordable housing in Fresno. Thank you very much to President Analisa Perea, Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Maxwell for assisting us in our learning journey. We hope to meet with the rest of you very soon. I also want to thank Mayor Dyer for accepting our invitation to our Residents Summit coming up on April 27th at the Fresno Fairgrounds, which you are all invited to. Today, we are here asking for an update on the One Fresno Housing Plan. We have collected over 250 petitions, which Juana raised, asking this council or the mayor to support us in this request. Our group is reading this document because we want to know the policies that are currently being implemented in our city. How is the implementation of this plan going, and how do you keep the public informed of the progress of housing in Fresno? When we visit your website, it does not seem updated with new housing information, and this has to change. We want to see 5 points reflected in your public update. First, we want a list of items to be discussed at this workshop provided in advance to our team. Second, we want a report on how housing funds have been used in the last 4 years. The public deserves to know and be part of the financial priorities of this council and the mayor's office. Third, we want to have difficult and important conversations about how we can move this housing issue locally. We know that rent control is the elephant in the room, and we ask that you have the courage to publicly debate this issue. Many families on the street are counting on your leadership and courage. Fourth, we ask that as part of this update, that you bring in experts from other cities who can make recommendations on what has not been done in Fresno, such as rent control, land trusts, inspections, and receiverships. Fifth, we demand transparency and collaboration. I want to conclude this presentation by saying that we have heard that the priority of this council and the mayor is to attract and serve people who earn more than $100,000 per year, and I sincerely hope that this is not true. 27% or 150,000 people are living below the poverty line in Fresno City. That's 150,000 people. As a mother, I am responsible for my 4 children. You, as elected officials, are also responsible for 100% of the residents in your districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today. All right, we're going to move on to the 9:15 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider CUP application number P23-00835, Plan Development Permit application number P23-02080, and related environmental assessment regarding a phased multi-tenant commercial community development project with a Starbucks cafe and drive-through located on approximately 3 acres of property on the southwest corner of South MLK Boulevard and East Church.
Excuse me, I'm going to recuse myself on this.
Okay. Councilmember Bredefield is recusing himself from the 9:15 a.m. item. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, council members. Philip Seegers with the Planning and Development Department. The next item for you for consideration is an appeal related to conditional use permit application number P23-00835. Oh, thank you. Related plan development permit application number P23-02080 and the related environmental finding. So the subject application pertains to approximately 2.9 acres of vacant property that are located at the southwest corner of South Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and East Church Avenues in southwest Fresno. And it's noted that this location is located between Gaston Middle School and the new West Fresno Center, Fresno City College campus. Subject site's also located in an area known as the West Creek Village Project area and also known as the Martin Luther King Activity Center, which is identified in the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. So the plans currently designate the subject property for community commercial uses, which allows for commercial development that serves local needs such as convenience shopping, offices, and also provides for other general uses, including medium-scale retail, office and entertainment uses, as well as supermarkets and restaurants. And quick-serve restaurants are also appropriate within the community commercial land use designation. And as detailed in the staff report, the project proposes to develop the site with an approximately 5,700 square foot multi-tenant commercial shell, which will also include a Starbucks cafe and an associated drive-through facility. And on the slide above you kind of shows the site plan with the the multi-tenant building and the Starbucks located on the east side of the subject property, just along Martin Luther King Boulevard. The project will also include on-site improvements, including on-site parking, landscaping, trash enclosures, lighting. And it's also noted that a future multi-tenant commercial building is identified on the site plan as well, and that's located on the western portion of the parcel. I'd also like to call out that what's depicted there is more for conceptual purposes, and there isn't an actual project or development associated with that. And with this application, only one drive-through facility is proposed. And then at a later date, if a future drive-through or future retail use wanted to come in there, they would be subject to submitting a future entitlement application, such as a conditional use permit. And according to the development code, commercial retail uses in restaurants without alcohol are permitted in the community commercial zone district, and drive-throughs are permitted with an approved conditional use permit application. As proposed and given the conditions of approval that were opposed on the approval, the project will comply with all applicable development standards, including setbacks, height, landscaping, parking, landscape buffers, and residential transition standards. And it was determined that the project is fully within the scope and was analyzed under the previously certified Southwest Fresno Specific Plan Program EIR, and that there are no special circumstances that do exist with this project that warrant any kind of changes to that certified EIR, and therefore an addendum to the project was prepared. An addendum to the EIR was prepared for this project. And on November 3rd, 2023, the project was approved by the Planning and Development Director, but was subsequently considered by the Planning Commission due to an appeal. The Planning Commission unanimously upheld the Director's decision to approve the project and denied that appeal and approved the project as well. And then on January 17th, the Councilmember Arias did appeal the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project, citing several concerns which relate to potential future tenants or businesses not being identified or specified as part of the project. Commercial and retail uses with drive-throughs were to be developed along Jensen Avenue, and that dangerous pedestrian crossings associated with an increase in traffic would result with the commercial and retail and drive-throughs associated with the project. And that the type of congestion associated with this project doesn't exist anywhere else in the city, and then that project would increase cumulative pollution associated with drive-throughs and idling of vehicles. In a quick response to those concerns, that there are no development code requirements that require developers of projects to identify all future tenants of the project, and future potential tenants are controlled by the base zone district and the uses that are permitted in the zone districts. And since 2017, the subject site has been planned and zoned for community commercial uses, which allows for a number of commercial uses, including restaurants or coffee shops with drive-throughs. Furthermore, there's nothing in the development code that would preclude the developer from applying for an entitlement, such as a conditional use permit, to develop the site with a drive-through facility. And the intersection of Church and Martin Luther King Jr. Will be undergoing major modifications and improvements to that intersection that are capable of supporting not only the project site, but as well as the entire West Creek Village project area. And some of those improvements do include the widening and restriping of the southwest and eastbound approaches into that intersection, along with the dedicated left and right turn lanes and through lanes. And there will also be accessible crosswalks provided. In addition, the site has been designed and conditioned to reduce potential conflicts between pedestrians and vehicles in and throughout the site. And identified in the staff report, the project, this particular project is not unique in that there are several other similar commercial developments throughout the Fresno metropolitan area that do have drive-throughs and commercial developments of similar size that are in close proximity to educational facilities. And that the project doesn't present any there are no new changes or significant changes unique with this project that weren't previously analyzed and under the prior environmental assessment, and this is fully within the scope of that project, and therefore the addendum is appropriate. And to summarize, the project is permitted with an approved conditional use permit, and as conditioned would comply with all applicable development standards required under the development code. And staff recommends the City Council uphold the Planning Director and Planning Commission's decisions to approve the project. And I know the project applicant, Jim Shahadi, and I think representatives from Starbucks are also present and have a presentation available. And that concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for additional questions as well as Public Works staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. At this time, we are going to allow the applicant to come up and give a presentation if they so wish.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. We do have a presentation that has been provided to everybody. I don't think we'll specifically go through that. We will talk about the planning process and answer any questions, both myself and Sylvester Hall from 2500 MLK. First of all, we did want to thank the Planning Department and the Public Works Department. I know throughout this process, during the appeal, we've called on them, and I know public officials and the appellants themselves have reached out for much more detail on this plan. We took it seriously. They certainly did as well, and they went out of their way to present to several interested parties, including school district officials, about the real specifics of this plan. This plan originated in 2018. We're very happy with the plan it's produced, derived from many, many city meetings. The traffic studies, the environmental reports were all created for a master plan community that will serve 200,000 square feet of retail, 150 market rent homes, 300 residential units, a city park, a 10-acre city park, a Washington Unified School, and a regional commercial center on Jensen Avenue. So the traffic counts were analyzed for a much, much larger development, and I think it's proven in these documents that this first 6,000 square foot retail structure is more than adequately served. But like we said, we took this appeal seriously, and in the interest of really school children, we reached out to superintendents of Washington Unified School District, Fresno Unified School District, and our great neighbor, the State Center Community College District. Sylvester met with the principals of Gaston as well as Computech. And as a result of this, they were provided all the information. Each superintendent provided a letter of support for this project. State Center, our neighbors, actually did a student survey, and the range of 90% supported, and close to 80% students indicated they would walk to the Starbucks. So a big part of this development is that it's a walkable, GHG reducing master plan community. We think that that's been important from the start, and every analysis we've done has taken into consideration safety and reductions. So our specific proposal, hugely supported by the facts and consultants and engineers from the city and our team. So happy to take questions. The Starbucks itself, I think to note, will be the first community Starbucks in Fresno. What that is, it's probably a building double the size of most Starbucks, roughly 1,000 square feet dedicated for community meetings, educational sessions, job fairs. So the commitment from Starbucks to be in this specific area is a major statement. And we think the community support is overwhelming, and the facts of the consultant reports are overwhelming, and we look forward to the council's support. Thank you.
I think it's still morning. I'm not sure. My name is Sylvester McQueen Hall. I am the man with the plan. The reason for the season. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for me. I started this project on a blank computer screen at Craig School of Business in lieu of my master thesis. I have an 82-year history in Southwest Fresno with my family. My dad was a farm labor contractor. I worked the fields, picked grapes, chopped cotton. I'm the last cotton picker in my family, you young people. I'm the last cotton picker. I dedicated my life to coming home to Southwest Fresno and transforming my neighborhood back into a community. This project is just one component of many. Before I get started, I want to thank the council, President Perea, and the rest of the council members for your public service, your dedication. I want to thank the city manager, Ms. Georgianne White, for giving me some advice about 3 months ago. She said, Sylvester, stop sending those divisive emails to my staff. I want to thank you for that, city manager, because I've been communicating with your staff for 12 years in a very, very cooperative manner, and I look forward to that maintaining. Without the work of Scott Moser, his dedication over the last 12 years on this project. See, we've been through 3 city councils with this project, with unanimous support, each council. We've been through 3 planning commissioners, unanimous support with each commission. I'm a brother from the hood. I have a scientific undergraduate degree from San Diego State University, Madam Council Member. Just like yourself, I'm a strategic planner by trade. Systematically, technically, and scientifically, we designed West Creek Village Development Project. It is the most comprehensive master plan community in the history of Central California. We've carefully cared to take precaution to make sure that we address the concerns of the community, number one. See, I'm not a politician, so I don't care much about the political side of this. I care about the children. I care about the senior citizens that have went without in Southwest Fresno for 60 years where I grew up. I am a graduate of Edison High School class of 1975. I'm a graduate of Irwin High School, now known as Computech. I'm a graduate of Lincoln Elementary. I went to Kirk Elementary. I am from Southwest Fresno. No one takes more hood credit for Southwest Fresno than Sylvester McQueen Hall. My family has been dedicated to that community for some 80 years. And I want to thank my partners, Mr. Jim Shahadi, Steve Shahadi and Tom Shahadi, who's not here today, and our late father, Mr. John Shahadi, who passed last January. We're not doing this for our own sakes. We're doing it for the community. I want to thank you all today. Every precaution has been taken, even the appellants. I want to say thank you for your appeal, because the truth would never come out about our project. We're very private. We want to get all our ducks lined up before we start promoting the West Creek Village Development Project. But the college is part of our project. It's not a standalone. The community park being built is part of our project area. It's not a standalone. This is a complete neighborhood project concept that is designed to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions of the entire Southwest Fresno specific plan area, not just West Creek. It's designed to decrease the vehicle miles traveled. It's designed to decrease the pollution growth rate for entire Southwest Pacific Plan area. So, in conclusion, I just want to thank the appellants, number one, for bringing this issue forward prematurely before we had a chance to start going out to the public and telling them about our project and how it's considered all the community concerns. I want to thank the council. I want to thank my partners. And I want to thank the community more than anything else. And we look forward to the park being completed. We're looking forward to the single-family homes that haven't been built in Southwest Fresno for 60 years. We look forward to the 345 affordable housing units that we have a farm worker designation on to make sure that we're able to address some of these homeless concerns that's plagued our society that I thought I'd face growing up. I never thought I'd see a society with this many homeless people, with this kind of drugs running wild.
You have one more minute, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, President. And so I'm even more committed to providing these programs and services that's going to change the lives of these people and transform the lives of these people in Southwest Fresno. Okay? Look forward to telling the true story about West Creek Village and why it was conceived. Thank you very much today, and we thank you for your championships that you've all championed over the years in your projects. Thank you.
Thank you to you both. At this time, we're going to open it up for the public hearing. We are going to bifurcate into two different parts. So at first, we're going to have anyone who is here to speak in support of this item, followed by anyone here to speak opposed to this item. Up first, I have Bob Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, are you here to speak in support or opposition? Yes, please. Oh. Okay, go ahead, and I'll allow you to speak now. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Mitchell. You have 3 minutes.
This is my time to speak on the issue?
Yes, on the 9:15 public hearing item for the Starbucks.
Okay, well, number one, I'm neither in opposition or in support. First, I want to say that our community of West Fresno have always wanted business and commerce to come to our community. As all of the other residents of our community. Starbucks is a kind of industry or business that we would want to have. My concern, however, comes from other areas, and that is in relationship to the traffic problem that I see this presenting. I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Scott Mosier in my due diligence to find out about everything related to this project because things had not come out as they should have in our community. There are mitigating circumstances that they present that could be sufficient. However, there's some additional information which has just come to my attention, and that is, as mentioned by the man that spoke from the planning department, that there is, at this time, one proposed drive-through. However, the site is capable of having 2 drive-throughs by right on the same footprint of Starbucks. If that is the case, the mitigated circumstances that I have been presented with, I do not feel would be sufficient to allow for 2 drive-throughs in such a small location, adjacent to 3 of our schools, which already produce enormous traffic to and from on Martin Luther King and Church Avenue. I am sure that the students who are attending City College appreciate the fact that they would have a Starbucks next door to the school. We in West Fresno are not in opposition to having a Starbucks within our community. Our issue, or my issue, is the safety factor. I would ask that all of you take the time to vet this thoroughly. We have waited a long time for this project, a long time. 2 or 3 more weeks is not going to be a big issue in the development of it. I only ask that you vet it properly, taking into consideration options wherein we will not end up with 2 drive-throughs within a small footprint, which is going to create an awesome traffic problem. I would ask that you put the community's safety first in your deliberations in arriving at your decision. Again, we are the ones who are going to have to live with this forever, not the students who are attending the college, not those who are attending Competech, but the residents of West Fresno. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Up next, we have Pastor DJ Kreiner. Pastor, are you speaking in support?
Good morning to our council, to my council member, and to our council member of our business and our location, St. West Baptist Church. As a planning commissioner, I will not be speaking due to conflict.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Michael and Lewis. Are you speaking in support of this item? Okay. Please come on up. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michael and Lewis, and I'm a resident of Southwest Fresno. And I've been coming here so long, I just realized that when I used to come down here, I could bounce down and come right down to the podium. Now I have to take my time because I got a bad knee. So that's age-related. And that's how long I've been involved with the city of Fresno and its development. I'm in support of the Starbucks. Number one, I'm a caffeine junkie. Let's get that out of the way, okay? And it'll be a shorter time for me to go over to a Starbucks. Secondly, as Mr. Hall has said, this is something that's historical for us. It would be nice to have something in the community that does not begin and end with $1 or 99 cents. This is the start of something big for us, and we can only hope that it will continue. And as you can see, the City of Fresno's planning department, the Shahadis, Mr. Hall, they have taken a lot of time, and I have been to a lot of their meetings and sat in. They're not taking this thing lightly. What they want to do is put in something that would be attractive for the community, even when school is not in, or it's just summertime and we just want to go get an iced macchiato or something of that nature. It would be not so much of a hassle for us to have to sit in a line at a Starbucks in Southwest Fresno as it would be for me to get in my car, drive across town to a Starbucks, and sit in that line. And if you have a quick question, you should go out to River Park and see that Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out burger line. You can't tell me they're not polluting half of River Park with just that thing. This is going to be something that should be probably quicker for us to enjoy, and that's something that would help the city of Southwest, or the area of Southwest Fresno, to finally feel like we are part of the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Up next, we have Trustee Keisha Thomas. Take your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, President, to you and the rest of the council members. This has been a long time coming for West Fresno. I can remember as a child walking across those fields, and there were slaughterhouses and different things to pollute the area in West Fresno, and that has changed tremendously. Now we actually have a great development that is about to happen. I am so in favor of this Starbucks and everything else happening around it. Our kids have asked that we bring things to the city that everybody has everywhere else. And this is just the start. They want boba, they want Starbucks, they want to be like every other school district, every other area. And this is just the platform to get it started for them. They spoke in favor of having things like this. We had community meetings with students. And again, we are here to service those kids that will take up the baton after we're done. So I am completely in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Up next, we have Kimberly Tapscott-Munson. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council President Pereira, Council Board members, Mayor, staff, and friends. Today I stand before you in support of the building of the Starbucks project located on Jensen and MLK Avenue. This will be our closest Southwest Fresno location available to me and my grandchildren and my constituents. Recently, I had to travel across town late night in search of my granddaughter, Sierra, who was here previously with Fresno Elite, in search of her favorite Starbucks drink. My granddaughter, Sierra, has a dairy allergy, which makes specialty drinks even more special. Sierra's Starbucks order is a caramel ribbon crunch with almond milk, venti with extra caramel. Today, I ask that you stand with us for the progression of Southwest Fresno and a vote yes in support for our new Starbucks. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the chamber who wishes to speak in support of this item? Please come up at this time. Good morning. Please provide us with your name before you begin.
I'm Brad Morris. I'm a hometown Fresno person, and I've watched the city grow in most areas of the city, with the southwest area being left behind. I am involved in some real estate development projects, and so I try to keep up with what has transpired, and I know that there's been a number of dollars applied for on the federal and state level, which has come to the city, and along with the plans that are being designed in this area. It's been a long time coming. As a longtime Fresno resident, I look forward to seeing some development out there. The community college is definitely a positive addition, and I've known the Shahadi family for quite some time, and we're all aware they do good business here in the city, and I would recommend that the council approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to come up and speak in support of this project, please come up at this time. Seeing none, City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak in support of the 9:15 a.m. item?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Actually, I want to kind of speak against it.
Okay, Lisa, then we'll get to you next.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
All right, so at this time, we are going to transition to those who are opposed to this project. Is there anyone in the council chambers who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Please come up at this time. Seeing none, oh.
Neutral.
We have you listed as neutral, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to go to Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak against this item?
Yes, I have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. It's not so much against, but I think you need to kick it back. First off, there's a new Starbucks that's going in the strip mall as Kiki's Quilt Shop near Bullard, and it killed Kiki's Quilt Shop. They literally closed down, had their 70% off sale. All the quilters in town are really mad at you, Mr. Krabasi, by the way. But what killed it was the two driveways, the drive-throughs. And with this project, I'm seeing the things that you have put out to the public, that there's two drive-throughs. Now, here's what my problem is with Starbucks and drive-throughs. I don't care who you are, you have to sit there for long periods of time, whether it's one or two drive-throughs. And you're putting these drive-throughs in Southwest Fresno within the AB 617 area, which is dealing with air quality. So you're adding air quality impacts to an already overburdened community. I would suggest that you kick it back to planning and to Starbucks and say, could you possibly build this site without the drive-throughs? You know, because people can actually build it where people can access it easier, but just not with the drive-through, because there's this massive air quality issue in Fresno. And that would make it super nice in Southwest Fresno, just for this simple thing that you have this corporate entity coming in and looking at actually taking care of the community by reducing their impact with air quality, especially since you're going to be around so many schools. That's my big issue, is the drive-through. Get rid of the drive-through and go ahead and be a caffeine junkie all you want. But, you know, people should be able to breathe, which is more important. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council President, that's all the public comment we have on Zoom.
Okay, would the applicant would like to provide a rebuttal at all? Or are you good? I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes to provide any rebuttal.
5 seconds. Just for Lisa, I thank her. I'm on the same AB 617 air pollution
Can you speak
board.
a little bit closer into the mic, please? Thank you.
I want to thank Lisa Flores for her comments and gives us a chance to address that for her. I'm on the same AB 617 board with her. I'm one of the few developers on the board focused on reducing pollution, you know, in the South Central and Southwest Fresno area. So Lisa, rest assured that we have all the mitigation factors and built into this. And Southwest Fresno shouldn't be the only community that carries the burden of the entire city reduction of our pollution challenges that we have throughout. But we do have various emission control policies and programs like healthy living with the San Joaquin Valley Pollution Control District that we'll be implementing on idling cars, prompting travelers to turn their vehicles off. And we'll have those signs posted on site and also at all the immediate areas like schools and libraries and other affected areas. So she's absolutely right, and we are addressing that, and we do have mitigating policies and procedures in place for that. So thank you very much for that concern.
Yeah, to add, you know, the Starbucks drive-through conversation has come up. They just do drive-throughs now. As we all know with COVID, there are some people that still don't like to go into retail buildings, and, you know, the drive-throughs have become a necessity, and really that's the only new builds they will do now. We don't want to, you know, put off or discriminate against anybody that doesn't want to walk into a building. So that drive-through has been brought up to Starbucks, and they, you know, will only do drive-throughs now nationwide. Yeah, and we understand the idling, but I think as several proponents have pointed out, there are people driving all the way across town to go to a Starbucks, so we definitely feel that there's a net reduction in emissions due to people not having to drive halfway across town to go to a Starbucks and then sit in the same idling line. So not to mention, you know, the walkability components of this project that we've discussed. So a great conversation, but we feel those items are addressed.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing for the 9:15 item and bring it back up for the council members to discuss and take action. Up first, I have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to just point out a couple of things before I start. Over the last few months, since the Starbucks was announced by Pastor Kreiner and Mayor Dyer, I've heard from the community and been very intentional of studying the issue to quite depths. It's clear that everybody wants the amenities of a Starbucks, but people are also concerned about the traffic safety threats that drive-throughs pose in general. So I want to start off with a couple of points. The city of Fresno is the 25th deadliest city for pedestrians in the country. Whenever a pedestrian death occurs near a school, it is school officials typically and residents who come and ask the city to spend millions of dollars improving those corridors. When you look at cities of 500,000 and above, which is the city of Fresno, we are the 5th deadliest pedestrian city in the country. That doesn't happen by accident. Sure, there's some drivers who are on their phones while driving, people who are drunk while driving, but also the environmental design that are approved by jurisdictions are to blame. I'm sure when the city approved the Chick-fil-A and the In-N-Out at River Park, they were assured that it would not create congestion, that the design was sufficient. And all you have to do is go there today and see that it's hours and hours of wait time, and it creates an issue for the shopping establishments next door and adjacent. So I take the suggestion by planners and traffic engineers that it's been studied sufficiently. With that said, this council in the last 5 years has approved my request to spend more than $25 million improving safety near schools. We're investing $5 million to improve safety near Adams Elementary. We just finished the $3 million at Muir Elementary, $4 million at Susan B. Anthony, $4 million at Tilly Elementary School. Edison High School is about to get a $4 million complete redesign of Cesar Chavez Boulevard in front of their school because it's a significant traffic and safety danger per the school officials, the principal, the parents, and the students. McKinney Elementary is getting a $5 million redesign of that corridor. The fact is, drive-throughs generate traffic, and traffic generates more safety conditions that have to be considered. In this particular project, Church Street is getting a $10 million improvement by the city, using state funds meant to clean the environment, not to create more pollution. So I want to be crystal clear that our goal here has been in West Fresno to improve the environmental conditions, not to worsen them, irrespective of how great the amenity is that's being proposed. So I want to spend some time putting on this record what are the conditions of West Fresno. If you could, City Clerk, with the presentation. I want my colleagues and the general public to understand the context in which this project is being proposed. Start from the beginning, please. So just as a reminder, West Fresno does have the worst pollution in the city, and the city is home to the worst pollution in the country and the state. It has about 60 contaminated brownfields that add to that pollution. It has significant heavy industrial pollution. It has a documented record rate of prenatal deaths of kids as a result of that pollution. The lifespan for people in West Fresno is 20 years less than people in North Fresno, same city. Pollution environment has a detrimental health impact to people. As a city, in the last few years, we made significant investments to counter those environmental impacts. Built a new college campus so folks don't have to travel across town to go to college. We're building a new 10-acre park to improve the amount of green space and trees. We've just broken ground on a new medical clinic, further reducing the travel time for folks to receive health care and closing the health care gap. We've approved market rate housing so folks can live in market rate in West Fresno instead of having to drive to the northern part of the city. It is an AB 617 area, which means that we have to consider pollution impacts, and we're in the process of completing the truck study to, for the first time, actually make trucks go in designated truck routes and not in residential neighborhoods. Next slide. This Starbucks would be near 2 freeways, huge generators of pollution. And since the Starbucks is being proposed to be in a residential neighborhood, you better believe your marbles that people will come off 99 and 41 into this residential neighborhood to get a latte. It just won't be neighborhood folks that it serves. It will be attracting freeway traffic into a residential neighborhood, further generating more pollution in this residential neighborhood. There is no other Starbucks off Jensen, North, anywhere off the 99 or 41. This would be the designated Starbucks for anyone traveling in the southern part of the freeway system. Next. There's been comments about proximity to schools. It is right across the street from Gaston Middle School, right next door to City College, right across the street from Hinton Community Center, Hinton Park, near Edison High School, Computech Edison, and King Elementary. If you live in this neighborhood, you know that there's significant traffic. This neighborhood is designed to be a residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of what school and residential neighborhoods have to accommodate every morning. Edison Computech, for those who you don't know, is not a neighborhood school. It's a magnet school, which means it intentionally transports hundreds of kids every day from across the city into that school. It's part of the desegregation plan of the 1970s for the school district. That means that there's 19 buses every single morning and afternoon parked along Church Avenue, dropping kids off. Church Avenue is 2 travel lanes only, one eastbound, one southbound, with turning lanes. It's not a wide road, it's a residential road. Additionally, Gaston across the street has a very small drop-off and pickup area. In addition to this, we have 3 bus stops in this intersection by fax. If you can play the video, City Clerk. I want to give the council and the public a quick view of what drop-off and pickup looks like at Gaston Middle School right across the street from the proposed Starbucks. Sure. And for the record, I recognize that principals, faculty would like a Starbucks, but principals and faculty don't live in the neighborhood. They don't have to manage the drop-off and pickup zones in the neighborhood. This is at 3 o'clock on a weekday on this intersection. The vehicle traffic literally blocks the intersection every morning and every afternoon to accommodate pickup and drop-off at Gaston Middle School. As you can tell, it's a 1-lane travel on Church Avenue, both on east and west, on the north and south side of those streets. There's bike lanes. We designed this road to encourage a lot of pedestrian traffic. The staff parking for the Gaston Middle School, there's some in the back, but most of the employees park in the front, which leaves very little room for parents to drop off and pick up. As a result, there's 2 rows of cars in front of Gaston every morning and afternoon. Kids are jumping over traffic, not using the crosswalk. For those of you who know, jaywalking is no longer illegal. You can cross at any point of the street as you want, and middle school kids do this all the time. Next slide. Just as a glimpse to the existing infrastructure of this corridor, as I indicated, it will have one lane to travel each way, passing lanes, wide sidewalks, and bike lanes. It's not meant as a heavy roadway. It is by no means Jensen Avenue, where you have multiple travel lanes and folks who are turning one way or turning another way or backed up can have space. This corridor will be under construction. We're investing $10 million to rebuild that whole corridor, Church Avenue and MLK. That construction schedule, I suspect, is going to probably take off in the next few months and last quite a long time because we have to underground PG&E utilities. So put yourself in the position of the neighborhood. Full construction taking place, and now we potentially have a drive-through and pick up and drop off all at the same time taking place. Next slide. What worries me even more, and what's been brought up by residents, is the fact that this parcel has the ability to have 2 drive-through businesses. We would literally be replicating Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out in West Fresno if those 2 drive-throughs were to be built, except instead of becoming a nuisance to a shopping center, we would become a safety hazard to 4 schools that are right adjacent. Next slide. We looked at other school sites across the city. You don't find another school site anywhere in the city, much less several school sites which are burdened with the drive-through use next to them. Next slide. I suspect that if any of these neighborhoods were being asked to have 2 drive-throughs near them, those parents would be filling these chambers too and saying it doesn't make sense and it doesn't improve safety. As you can tell, even Pinedale, you have drive-throughs on Blackstone. Blackstone is an extremely large street, and there's quite a bit of buffer. It would not be next door to it. Next slide. What I've heard from residents and neighbors is they're not against Starbucks. Everybody wants the convenience of a latte in the neighborhood. But they do want it in the right location. And the approved plan by this body included a commercial regional shopping center in the same parcel, just on the other corner. Jensen Avenue, for those of you who know Jensen, is a major roadway. Everyone who works in Kermit and the West Side communities that comes to Fresno uses Jensen. That's the dedicated truck routes for trucks. It's built to handle a huge influx of traffic. Church Avenue is a residential street. So what I've heard from neighbors is, if they were proposing it on Jensen, which is designed to handle that level of traffic, there would be zero opposition to it. Starbucks gets to operate in West Fresno. West Fresno residents get to have a latte. Kids get to be safe because not in the immediate intersection of their crosswalks to campus. Next slide, please. That's it. As I indicated, my goal on the council has been to improve the safety around our schools, not to worsen it, no matter how well-intentioned the proposal is. I believe there is a balance that we can reach in that spirit, but I also believe that we need more time to reach that balance. So with that, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close today's hearing and continue this item to the next meeting to allow staff time to consider today's comments and update the recommendations as needed. And I do want to make it clear, if the applicants, which I believe they would be open to this conversation were to commit not to proceed or pursue a second drive-through establishment in the same parcel, that would go a long way to alleviating the concerns of the neighbors and to improving the safety of that corridor. But I will not be party or parcel to replicating the disaster that we've seen in other neighborhoods into West Fresno. Those are my comments, Council President. That's my motion.
Thank you, Council Member. So that was a motion to delay.
Yeah, a motion is to close the public hearing today and continue the item to the next meeting.
Okay.
To allow for staff to consider the comments today and to update the recommendations.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Council Member.
Okay, so I have a motion from Council Member Arias and a second by Council Member Maxwell to postpone this item to the next meeting. With that, we have indeed closed the public hearing portion of this item. Any additional council members who have any questions or wish to speak on the item? Seeing none. Any opposition to the motion? Item passes 5-0.
Thank you all for coming today, and I'll look forward to continuing conversations with staff to bring forward an updated proposal next meeting.
All right, we're going to quickly hear the 9:20 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider rezone application number P23-03475, development permit application number P23-00186, and the related environmental assessment pertaining to approximately 2 acres of property on the north side of East Gettysburg Avenue between North 1st and North 2nd Street. This is in District 4. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, Vice President, members of the council. My name is Rob Holt, Supervising Planner, Planning and Development. Just make it real brief. This item is a rezone to remove conditions of zoning only to allow for development of an office development consistent with the current O zone district. The rezone, the conditions of zoning were done with a project from 1980 that never pursued development, and those conditions of zoning prevent a lot of development proposals that could be proposed for this site based on stringent setbacks and amongst other things that were dedicated mainly for a previous project. So this project is new, it's consistent with the O zone district development standards, and that's staff's presentation. We can go into more details if you like. Otherwise, there's no changes from staff report.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to the public comment period. This is the 9:20 a.m. item. Is there any member in the chambers who wishes to speak on the 9:20 a.m. item? Please come up. Good morning. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Great. Good morning. Brian Polk with Centerline Design, representing the developer. As Robert just mentioned, in the 80s, a string of conditions.
Brian, can you come a little bit closer to the mic? Thanks.
A string of conditions were applied in 1980, and those conditions, based on the geometric shapes of the site, make it virtually infeasible for us to develop the parcel. So the parcel's never been developed. There are strings, as mentioned, of zoning that require basically a certain percentage of the land to be landscaped and then paved, and that alone, based on the geometric shape, wouldn't even allow the maximum building area of 15,000 feet. With the severe setbacks, as part of the conditions of zoning, wouldn't allow for fire trucks and or trash trucks to circulate back into the L-shaped portion of the site. So we've approached this project knowing that no other parcel within the area has these conditions of zoning. We feel that the conditions were agenda-based off of a different development sometime in the 80s. So what we've done is we've gone through and we've done master overall conceptual site plan, went through site plan review. That's when the conditions of zoning were caught. It wasn't even in the title report. So city clerk had to pull those for us. In the end, the overall development of both buildings complies with all of the current zoning conditions that are in place, other than the string of conditions. We also know that under the traffic analysis report, that the COG and VMT calculation tools were coming in at 15.9, per employee, and that the city's threshold allows for 22.3. So we feel that in order for this to be properly developed, we are requesting that these conditions be removed. I'm open for any further questions as well.
Thank you. Are there any additional members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please come up at this time. Good afternoon. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
It is afternoon after all. Thank you again for hearing this matter. I represent the development group, and we've done a number of these commercial type buildings. We have been looking for a site over 3 years now. Actually bought this site in anticipation of moving forward some time ago. We were remiss in not going back to the 1980s to see or find these conditions, which did not show up in our title report, nor did the city find them until we're going to final documents. So this particular building serves the community in this region, and there are underwriting criteria that we have to abide by with our tenant. Tenants are nationally recognized tenants. This will ultimately be a dialysis center. We have a tremendous need in this area of the city for additional treatment facilities. So we've gone through painstaking step by step through our consultants and staff, and we would appreciate approval on the project. Thank you.
And real quick, your name for the record?
Brad Morris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional members who wish to speak on this item. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak to provide public comment on the 9:20 a.m. item?
Yes, Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Once again, as a former member of AB 617 and just seeing a lot of numbers that just came out from the San Joaquin Valley Air District regarding Fresno, I have concerns anytime you change zoning that will affect ozone and any sort of particulate matter. So as you might change or propose to change the zoning for this, how is it going to affect the overall air quality in Fresno, and how is it going to affect the bigger picture of the entire San Joaquin Valley? You may say it's a little project here, it's a little project there, but they all add up, especially when you're looking at EPA not giving the Air District an extension and the possibility of federal transportation dollars at risk. You guys need to start really considering air quality more and more in your judgment and the long-term effects of air pollution in the valley. So I'm just kind of curious of what would be the adverse effects in the short term and the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lynn Owens.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes, hello, Lynn. We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm a District 3 resident. I have an issue here with the 920 item being seen at 12:06, and that closed session thing this morning. It seems like you people are trying to confuse the public.
Lynn, this is to provide public comment on the 9:20 a.m. item. If you wish to do so, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
I just don't understand why this is an hour and a half late, and the other 9:10. You made everybody wait while you guys went back in closed session. It's rude. It's disrespectful.
Thank you, Lynn.
That is all the public comment we have.
All right. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing component for the 9:20 a.m. item. I have Council Member Maxwell punched up.
Thank you, Council President. This proposed project would be in District 4. I want to thank city staff for the work they did on this project, as well as everyone else for being present today. The Gettysburg corridor has been an issue corridor in our district since I've been in office. For the last 3 years, we've had a lot of issues with homelessness in that area. Some of that stemming from local park spaces, some of that stemming from some businesses that have historically been irresponsible businesses. It's also stemmed from the fact that we've had multiple vacant lots in that area contributing to that problem. I think the good news is on the horizon. We do have some good businesses moving into that area. We have United Health Centers moving into the northwest corner, first in Gettysburg, which I think is a good business that does good work. And I think the proposed project that you're bringing forward would complement that very well. I think it would be great to get something developed on that site. I don't like having all those vacant lots on Gettysburg, and if we have the opportunity to put a clinic such as the one being proposed today, I think that would be a great benefit, not just to my district, but the entire city. So with that being said, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the development permit today.
All right, are there any other members of the council who wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, we do have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Vice President Carbasi. All right, this is for the 9:20 a.m. item. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. All right, at this time, we're going to break for lunch. We will pick up back again at 1:30. We will hear the 9:25 item. That's the public comment for the 2023 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Reports, and then that will be followed by the 5-year forecast budget presentation. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
think
All right, the time is 1:35 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And we are going to get things started with the 9:25 a.m. hearing to receive public comment on the 2023 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Reports. Good morning, Sophia. Good afternoon, Sophia.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Sophia Pagalatis with the Planning and Development Department. And the item today is a public hearing on the Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Reports for 2023. Acceptance of those reports, which are then due to the state on April 1st. And let's go to the next slide. Let's see, Brianna, here we go. We'll be focusing on highlights from the Housing Element Annual Progress Report this afternoon. The housing element is one of several required elements of the general plan and the only one that requires certification by the state. It's on an 8-year cycle, and this report year coincides with the 8th or final year of that cycle, known as the 5th cycle. The goal of the housing element is to provide safe, decent, and affordable housing for all. The housing element contains 5 objectives and 28 programs for implementation. The objectives are land for housing, programs to support affordable housing, removal of government constraints, conservation of existing housing stock, and equal housing opportunity. Related to that first objective, land for housing, all cities and counties in California are required to have adequate land zoned to accommodate their fair share of housing as determined by the RHNA, which is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. The city's RHNA for this housing element period is 23,565, plus a carryover from a previous housing element of 4,872. The RHNA is organized by income levels, which correspond to different zoning densities. The RHNA is a planning requirement, not a production requirement. However, the state is monitoring housing production very carefully. Here's a snapshot of the city's RHNA progress during the current housing element cycle. The RHNA is in the left column. You'll see it adds up to the 23,565, and the number of housing units permitted each year is noted in each column by affordability level. This chart shows that the city has permitted 17,172 housing units in this RHNA cycle. The state requires that housing is tracked in all stages of approval, including applications, entitlements, building permits, and constructed units. I'm going to start by giving you an overview of the 2022 numbers for context, and then we'll go to the 2023 numbers. If you'll look at the bottom line there, you'll see that 1,564 units were constructed in 2022, and of those, 42 were covenanted affordable units. Now let's move to 2023. I'll direct your attention again to the bottom line, and you'll see that overall housing production increased with our total units constructed at 1,793, and of those, 294 were covenanted affordable, a 6-fold increase. And the pluses and minuses here are just comparing the number in this year, 2023, to the prior year. Now we'll look at these same 2023 housing numbers geographically. The yellow dots on this map indicate single-family units, and the blue ones indicate multifamily units. We're required to indicate, as I mentioned, all stages of the process. So this shows all housing unit applications submitted in 2023. These are all entitlements approved. These are all building permits issued, again in 2023. And finally, these show units that were constructed in 2023, those 1,793 units. So just zeroing in a bit on affordable housing production, This table compares that production and pipeline from 2022 to 2023. And note that the total units in all stages have doubled. We wanted to share some photos of some of the completed projects or those underway. This is the Ambassador on Olive near 99 by R&H Builders. The Arthur at Blackstone with 41 units on Blackstone just south of Shields. Promesa Commons is a conversion of Sun Lodge, 66 affordable units on Parkway Drive. And finally, Avalon Commons includes 59 affordable units in a high opportunity area, neighborhood on Chestnut and Alluvial. And this is a list of all the projects that are still in the pipeline in some form of entitlement or under construction. We have just a few more highlights we'd like to mention from the programs in the housing element. Our local housing trust fund was tapped to award $3 million to the Avalon Commons project that you just saw on the previous slide. Over $2.6 million has been issued in down payment assistance to 27 households over the course of 2023, and over 100 accessory dwelling units are in the pipeline, as are 50 tiny homes. The Landlord Voucher Incentive Program increased the number of Housing Choice voucher holders in high opportunity areas from 147 in 2022 to 295 in 2023. With HUD funding and through partner organizations, emergency shelter was provided for 2,464 people. Outreach, counseling, and referral and rapid rehousing increased markedly from the prior year. And with our infrastructure projects, in which 32 projects were completed for $46 million. These included park trail and active transportation projects, traffic signals, sewer and water projects. There were 5 neighborhood street improvement projects which benefited 67,900 households, and these were located in both southwest and southeast neighborhoods. Several housing element workshops were held in 2023. The city worked through community development corporations to gather information about housing needs at these workshops. This is a summary of what we heard at these workshops. We heard affordable housing was the biggest need. Other things mentioned were low barrier housing, homebuyer education and financing, weatherization and walkable safe neighborhoods and clean, well-lit streets, and then potential solutions were also discussed. The city's housing efforts are focused on meeting these needs, and for a full account, please do see the full Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And that concludes my presentation, so you can open the public hearing. Happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Sophia. At this time, I will open it up for public comment. This is public comment on the hearing to receive comment on the 2023 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Reports. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Please come up, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Jasmine Robinson, and I'm a legal fellow with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Knowing that the city was found non-compliant by HCD on February 1st, 2024 in its draft 6th cycle housing element, Leadership Council wants to uplift the inadequacy of the city's implementation of its 5th cycle housing element as reflected in the 2023 Annual Progress Report and urge the city to do better in its 6th cycle housing element. We urge the council to consider the following 3 main requirements. Number 1, the city must fulfill its RHNA obligations and prioritize affordable housing development. The city did not meet its statutorily mandated RHNA requirements in its 5th cycle housing element. The city has grossly failed to meet the housing needs of residents of all income levels. The city has not developed 93% of its required extremely low income, 79% of its very low income, 85% of its low income, and 58% of its moderate income units. Meanwhile, the city completed 127% of its required allocation for above moderate income units. These deficiencies and inequities should not have occurred in the fifth cycle and must not occur in the sixth. Number two, the city must affirmatively further fair housing by performing adequate public engagement. For the sixth cycle housing element, the city must ensure public engagement requirements are met under AB 686's duty to affirmatively further fair housing, including targeted and varied outreach to unique communities, especially low-income communities of color, and making engagement opportunities meaningful and accommodating. Number three, the city must facilitate fair housing across all income levels as required by affirmatively furthering fair housing. The sixth cycle housing element must contain meaningful actions to overcome segregation and turn racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity, as well as address the needs of all designated special needs. Housing. Because the city's housing element, AFFH, and state and federal civil rights laws violations in its fifth cycle housing element implementation and in HCD's non-compliance findings for its draft sixth cycle housing element, we urge City Council to acknowledge the city's significant shortfalls between what was planned and what was achieved in the fifth cycle housing element and adequately revise the draft sixth cycle housing element according to HCD's mandated revisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wish to speak on the 2023 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Reports? Please come up at this time. Seeing no more speakers, we will transition to Zoom. City Clerk, are there any speakers who wish to speak on this item?
Yes, we have Brandy.
Good afternoon, Brandy. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I want to note that by not getting to the public comment until 1:30 has made this inaccessible to many people, including 2 people that I brought that waited quite a while and had to return. I absolutely agree with Leadership Council for Justice Accountability. The shortfall in low income and extremely low income housing is daunting, and it goes without saying we need to do better. But also now this affects our members in other ways that need to be addressed. One of the items on there is the shelters. For a long time when I went to one area, there was a woman named Christina who I visited. She waited for so long to get into shelter through displacement from heart and other challenges. One day when I visited, we were excited to learn that she got into the shelter. Finally, she no longer had to be out here, and she can eventually get into housing. However, yesterday, I was out and ran into her. She was out of the shelter and back on the street. She had timed out, which is happening to those we are sheltering, and now shelters are Turning Point is using 90-day limits and removing people for reaching their time. 90 days is not enough time to find housing, especially as we see with the housing element, the severe deficit in affordable housing and the rising rents. I do know that we need to do rent control to keep more of our housing stock from becoming no longer low and very low housing, and I agree with this to Children's Ministry. However, in addition to this, Christina, almost everyone I spoke to said they were not getting the wraparound services that the city and service providers claim they are getting to provide the help that they need and whatever level they're at to secure housing, making a very difficult process nearly impossible. I visited a row of people this morning who said they were all in the shelters but were exited for timing out. One person asked why Turning Point didn't do job assistance and linking people to employers like WestCare would, and increasing success, which shows the needs that they need in wraparound services. I want to add that there are people who are in the shelters who had a stable job and were exited before they were able to find housing, which threatened their jobs. In addition, people are being exited through inconsistent and unjust practices and reasons, often by young employees that are not trained to work with the population. And multiple people told me that they were exited because they had health issues and told they were a liability. Rather than seeking alternative housing for them, they put people in fragile health back into to the streets in difficult weather. A couple people told me, including someone I spoke to yesterday, that they were kicked out for getting dogs, even though they met the requirement of having a limit of 2 dogs. These are many reasons that were unjust. We need to recognize the lack of housing as an impediment to minimizing homelessness, but also the city needs to take responsibility to ensure that the shelters are.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Louisiana.
Hello, my name is Luisana Ayers. I am one of the participants that are staying in one of the shelters, and I was told I would be exited out if I didn't get rid of my dogs, and I had to place my dogs behind the facility. And right now they're in a tent, and while I'm staying in the facility across the street from them, it's really not helping us with anything. They're not really trying to do their jobs. They are exiting a lot of people out of the program for miscellaneous stuff that's not even required. I have all my documents up to date. I'm ready for homeless. I'm willing to work. And I had to quit some jobs just because I had to move out of the shelter because they didn't want to place me or anything like that. It's really hectic out here. There's a lot of people out here that really does need help. And we're wondering what's really going on, why they're not helping us. And then too, when we're out here on the streets, they come and do sweeps and collect our things, our belongings, saying they're going to store it for us, and they're not. They're throwing it away in the trash where we have to get it all over again. It's really hard out here. We really need some good support and real good workers who are willing to be out here to help us with anything that we need, if we're disabled or not. Single parents or anything. There's a lot of parents out here that's trying to get their kids back and can't get their kids back due to the situations of the shelters, how they're pushing us out and only requiring us to have medical assistance to pay for the program and stuff like that. I mean, it's really hectic. We really do need help out here. And I'm one of the survivors out here that's homeless for 4 years, looking for help, searching for help, and I'm willing to work. I have everything they need, and they don't want to accept it. So I'm a citizen worried about other citizens too, even our pets. I ask questions about our pets too. How come we don't have doctor appointments for our dogs to get them checked out and everything like that? They don't really have no kind of resources for us, there is, and they're not trying to help us. I mean, thank you, but please help.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Lukowski.
Thank you. I don't want to reiterate what Brandy and the previous speaker said about being exited from the shelters. You all are talking about all this great permanent housing, but at the same time, people are being exited with no place to go. We've talked about this for years. We've talked about Project Home Key becoming an issue because as you convert these temporary shelter beds into permanent housing, people are losing shelter. And all the operators, Turning Point and Elevate, are exiting people all the time to clear space for new people. Well, we know what happened at RH Community Builders. They built that early. They put people out on the streets. So now there's no plan. I talked to Phil Skies the other day. He says that those tiny home villages are for permanent housing. They're not in any way meant for temporary beds. We were being misled all the time by the mayor and the council that these 2 tiny home villages would actually be temporary housing and shelter housing. They're not. They're going to be permanent housing, go straight to it. So we have a real problem here. We have a real dilemma. And once again, you know, I was at a sweep the other day. You got to go out there and see how sad it is. How sad it is that these people out there, elderly people, disabled. I mean, you know, there's a lot of issues on the street, but you do see folks out there that need housing now, and they're not going to be addressed. Bill says there's no, he addressed the county board. I was at the board meeting. He says there's no real answer. Steve Brando asked him what's going to happen to these folks when you convert all these temporary places into permanent housing. He didn't have an answer. He knows there's no answer because there's no beds. Once these are made permanent, there's no more temporary shelter beds. And, you know, the county and the city keep bragging about how many people they've housed. Well, it's getting bigger and bigger out there. More and more people are on the streets. And I have to reiterate what the earlier speaker says about the paltry amount of low-income housing that's being built and an exorbitant amount of more than moderate price housing. This is wrong. You know what's happening out there. And we need rent control. We need rent control now. So I appreciate the time and thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lynn Owens.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Brandy and Bob on this. Whoever's running these places is running them like concentration camps. They're not, like user friendly. They're searching them before they come in the facility and when they leave, every single time. And when they do these sweeps and take their belongings, if they do have an avenue to get them back, they have to go through sanitation. How degrading is that when they call the city to go retrieve their things, they're transferred to sanitation, which it's just beyond me. And we had lawsuits, Kincaid versus City of Fresno, there was one in Illinois about throwing away people's stuff. The government is the one that's going to replace this stuff. The phones that they throw away, they're replace Obama phones. Get another overpriced. The government paying for. And what are how many permanent housing actually have we provided? That's never mentioned. Since the start of this, since this, $1 billion or whatever, how many actual permanent housing, someone from the street that has a permanent house now? Where are those success stories? We don't hear those, because I don't think there are many of them. I don't know where all that money is going, but you people are property owners or income property owners who, I know that there are 4 of you are, but I'm not sure which ones. That should be, like on your webpage or something, that some of your conflicts should be up there so that we understand when you guys are recusing yourselves and when you should be recusing yourselves and you don't, like Tyler Maxwell and his association with the police union. He shouldn't be anywhere near any of that stuff. And being an ex-FPD employee, he shouldn't be near any of that stuff. But I don't think he recuses himself from anything. And he's, definitely biased. So I guess that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, I'm going to close the public comment period for the 925 item and bring it back up to the dais. I have Councilmember Karbasi punched up.
Thank you. I don't know who would like from staff to answer some questions. I just want to really thank staff for doing all the outreach work to put this together. The information is very helpful. I want to focus on some of the positives in this report. When you look at some of the slides, it makes it very clear that we not only are building at a much higher rate these types of units we need, but we have a lot in the pipeline as well. So this is a very, very good sign. I don't know how we compare to other communities, but I'm willing to bet we're in a much better spot. I do have some questions about the slide in the beginning that shows RENA versus building permits. No, I'm sorry, let me go back. Regional housing needs allocation. So it shows different income levels. Now, are these income levels for folks that would get government subsidized housing, or this is across the board, people, it includes market rate units that people can afford at maybe more moderate income level?
So the income level translates to a density for how we need to plan for all these units. So, excuse me, just to reiterate, the RENA is a planning goal. It requires the city to identify and plan and zone properly the adequate amount of land, but it is not a production goal. Right. So I did want to emphasize that. The income levels correspond to densities.
Okay, so this slide would include market rate as well as types of housing we would subsidize through the state or locally.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And the reason I ask that is today we're probably, and by the way, the fact that we have 736 affordable housing units in the pipeline, this is very good. Thank you for that. The reason I'm asking is we're going to get a budget presentation today, and we're all going to be all ears on that. Is there any, maybe this isn't a part of RENA, maybe I should ask finance or later on we can have this information. I'm trying to see how many market rate units at different levels do we have to build to subsidize the public services that are dependent on these government subsidized units, because there's a difference between market rate and government subsidized. And one, in my opinion, seems to provide income in the general fund to benefit everybody. Is there any data on that or any suggestions you have where I can get that information? Or do we factor that at all?
Definitely above my pay grade, but I know we have the expertise to provide some input on that at a future date.
Okay,
Anyone here?
That's helpful. I don't think you'll have it today. I should have asked beforehand.
Yep.
And I'm asking that because we have a lot of folks that come here and try to encourage us to focus only on the affordable housing, which is very important, but they oftentimes do it at the expense of market rate housing. We need to subsidize the general fund so everyone gets the same level of service, and that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. I noticed in one of the slides you talked about in the listening sessions that were held, potential solutions. I thought rent to own was very interesting. I also thought that you got feedback where people want more commercial development and jobs. And I say that because a lot of the same folks and the activists that want to kill development but focus on rent control and affordable housing, they're killing income for the city to subsidize people that can't afford to pay the same as other people pay. So it's all connected. And that's just something I just wanted to get on the record. So again, this is actually good news. I know it's rough and you're not going to make everyone happy, but you guys are really moving along, and I want to applaud the department for doing that. So we need more affordable units that are subsidized by taxpayers, but we also need more market rate housing as well so we can deal with some of the budget shortfalls we're about to face. We don't want to do anything to let go of our amazing staff because we provide a high quality level of service in the city of Fresno. Thank you. Good work.
Councilmember Arias, you're up.
Thank you. City staff, I just read the memo that you provided to us yesterday that for the first time includes the notice from the state sent to the city on February 1st. Why is it that we're now just learning that the city's plan has issues?
Did you say, why are you just now hearing?
Yes.
Well, that would be my fault because it's been stuck on my desk. So my apologies, it's not the staff's fault.
Fair enough. Let's move on. On the memo, I also didn't, after I read it, I couldn't ascertain what exactly is the violation that the state has indicated our plan has shortfalls with, and what's our plan to rectify that. I know the memo simply outlines the timelines going forward, but I couldn't figure out what exactly is the state concerned with.
I can explain that. Wanted to distinguish that the letter from the state is on our 6th cycle housing element, which is being drafted right now, whereas the report that we just gave you was on the 5th cycle. So 2 different housing elements. The state's letter is essentially a very routine part of the process. We are told to expect at least 3 letters requesting revisions. So we are, the state is basically giving us recommendations for how we need to improve our current draft 6th cycle housing element in order for it to be certified.
So in layman's terms for the public's benefit, can you explain to me exactly what portions the state is requesting that we revise?
Yes. They're just, in general terms, there's a sites inventory that identifies all sites that can accommodate housing. They would like some updates to that. They would like us to drill down to a more neighborhood level with our sites element and do more analysis on that inventory. They also want us to look more carefully at housing constraints that the government has control over, like off-site improvements, and they want us to review, do some additional review of our assessment of past accomplishments.
Councilmember, while I know that when you get a letter from HCD, can be like a little, oh, what are we doing? Every single city are getting these letters, and it's been very clear for every single consultant in the state of California who is working on housing elements, know that the HCD is going to be sending multiple letters as they review the housing elements at each point. So I think we noted in the memo, we're not alone. 12 cities, only 12 cities, or 14% in the entire state, have been certified. So I don't want you to think that we're in an area where we're alone in this. We're all facing the same challenges and going through this process.
Which I think it's fair to say that the state is providing extra scrutiny and higher expectations when it comes to these regional housing plans, given that we're in a housing crisis and municipalities have not produced the necessary demand that's needed in terms of housing. When we can go to the slide, this is a regional housing plan, correct? With multiple cities involved?
The 6th cycle one is yes.
And when it comes to the share of housing responsibility and production of housing, do you have a breakdown of what Fresno City is expected to produce as compared to Clovis, the county of Fresno, and our neighboring cities?
Councilmember, I just want to caution you on the term produce. Remember, the housing element requires that we plan for. There's no production requirements. Do you have those numbers handy on the various units?
Pretty much.
Go ahead.
So in the 6th cycle, the city of Fresno's RENA obligation is about 38,000 units. In that vicinity, maybe 36,000. And that is 63% of the overall county's RENA, although we have 53% of the population. So that just kind of gives you
So it's consistent with the last plan in which the city of Fresno is being asked to plan for more housing than our population represents in the county.
That is correct.
This is the same debate that we had regarding to the new Measure C, transportation tax. Everyone else wants the money, but yet all these regional plans from the air district, the housing elements, expect the city to produce all the high-density housing, for the city to produce the housing in transit-oriented development. But yet, when it comes to the money to build the infrastructure that would allow that construction to occur, the small cities in Clovis want to reap those funds without the obligation to produce the housing. So I just want to put that on the record again. As my colleagues on the council go to the negotiating table with the County of Fresno Board of Supervisors on a tax sharing agreement, if our city is going to be expected to overplan and produce housing for the county, then we should be reaping our fair share of taxes and our fair share of tax measure for transportation to actually bring those housing units to fruition, or simply being given the assignment without the resources to produce the affordability that these chambers get filled constantly of folks asking us for. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Sophia. Just to clarify, that the item before us is on the 5th cycle. It's to review the annual progress reports for 2023.
Correct.
So we're not here to discuss the 6th cycle necessarily. Okay. All right. So do you need a motion to accept the annual progress reports?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Carbasi to accept the 2023 Housing Element and General Plan Annual Progress Reports. Do I have a second? And a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any opposition?
No, I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, so I can't be supportive at this point.
Okay, that would be 6-1. Motion passes. I have received a request from the administration to jump next to the workshop. This is file ID number 24-373. This is the 5-year budget forecast. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the council. It's my privilege today to be able to present to you something we have not done in the past that I'll talk about is our 5-year projection, which includes our FY25 projected budget for the city of Fresno. And before I get into it, I want to say thank you to my staff because we've generally present this during the May when the mayor proposes the budget. But in light of some of the things that we're seeing on a statewide basis, and we're in Fresno as well, with the shortfall of money and the deficits we're seeing, we wanted to bring this to the attention of the council right away. The typical process is to be able to present a balanced budget, usually in the month of May, mid-May, end of May, to the council. And then the council works with the administration and we adopt a balanced budget by June 30th of the end of the fiscal. And then there is a mid-year presentation that generally occurs late February, mid-March. But this is different for the FY25 process, again, because of the unique circumstances and what we're seeing with revenues throughout the state of California. Again, I want to say thank you to the city manager and to our staff, to Henry Fierro from the budget office. What we've been able to do in the last 10 days is what we generally do in about a 6 to 8 week period, including all day this past Saturday, to be able to present this to you today. And I'll be coming back to you on May 16th to provide you with the mayor's proposed budget for FY25, but this is an update leading up to that. Would you? Yep. There it goes, a little slow. Okay, I think you, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been blessed as a city, as most cities in the state of California, with additional funding coming from either the federal government or the state, specifically the CARES dollars or the Corona Aid Relief and Economic Security CARES Act. We received $92.8 million at that time. We also received the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, with $69.3 million. And then we received the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, which is $170.8 million. And I do want to mention on the ARPA dollars, we have an obligation deadline, meaning we have to have a contract in hand for projects by 12/31 of 24, so by the end of this calendar year, and all dollars from ARPA have to be spent by December 31st, 2026. As I said, this is a statewide problem. You've seen mentioned at the state of California a deficit as high as $73 billion. I don't think they're able to come to a firm number, but it's been as high as $73 billion. At the city, municipal level across the state of California, you have Los Angeles at $400 million deficit for this year, or proposed for FY25. San Francisco at $200 million. Oakland at $180 million. San Diego at $167 million. And Sacramento at $58.6 million. Fresno, as you know, is not immune to this issue. And what we are projecting for the FY25 budget deficit, if we do nothing at this point other than continue business as usual, we will be $37,168,400 in the red by the end of the fiscal year. And this includes something we've already factored in, which is attrition, and that is at 6.18% vacancy rate throughout the course of FY25. And that is consistent with our actual numbers this year. As you know, when we started the FY24 budget, we actually factored in 10%. We did not hit those attrition numbers. And so that 6.18% equals a savings of $21 million for FY25. If you project that forward, again, if we do nothing different in the way we budget and the way we spend, we're going to be, at the end of 5 years, $180 million in the red. This next one is just the 5-year forecast. You'll see the number I'll focus on is at the bottom. The net ending ballots, it goes from 37,168 to 71,487, 108,74,000, and so on, all the way up to $180 million. And if there's any questions on that, we have staff here that can speak to that. Some key driving factors as it comes to expenditures. PG&E is going to consistently, as we have seen, go up. This year we anticipate overall in the city $4.8 million. And in FY24, I announced that over the 3 previous years, we had seen PG&E increases that equaled $16.3 million in expenses to the city of Fresno. And we budgeted last year $42,050,000, and we did that based on 11% projected increase. And we just looked at our numbers this week, and we anticipate to be within a couple $100,000 of that projection. So as we go forward for FY25, we've factored in another 11%. Hopefully it doesn't exceed that. And so we look at budgeting for $46.8 million, again, another $4.8 million to our FY25 budget. Some other driving forces that we see out there are contractual obligations or increases, as well as escalators that are built into certain contracts. That's labor contracts, salary increases, again, impacts to workers' comp, as well as welfare that you'll see within those labor contracts. We also have service contracts for things such as software, other technology, janitorial, security, leases that we have. All of those costs are going up. And then we have our overall inflationary increases that we're seeing across the nation. For parts and equipment, vehicles, et cetera, if you can get them, there is an increase. Tires and parts alone for the general fund in FY25 are projected to increase by $418,000. We also have a retirement contribution increase this year of $6 million. Workers' compensation at $5.2 million, and health and welfare increase of $2.9 million. And we also have, as all of you know, we approved a SAFER grant 3 years ago to hire 42 more firefighters. In October, all 42 of those firefighters will roll off of the SAFER grant onto the general fund at a cost of $4.9 million. And as we project that into FY26, not only will we have a full 12 months of those 42 officers or firefighters, we will also start to see the SAFER 2, the additional 24 firefighters, begin to roll off into the general fund, and that expense is going to be right around $8.4 million in FY26. We also have a risk and liability increase from our liability fund of $1.8 million. And then the public safety communications upgrade. I think all of you have been contacted over this last year about places in Fresno that are dead spots where we're not able to communicate. Our police officers and firefighters are not able to communicate over the radio. And we have identified a solution that will get us through the next 8 to 10 years, if not beyond. And those costs are going to be upgrades to 14 sites that we currently have, probably adding another site and replacing all of the equipment at those 14 sites, and that's going to be at a cost of about $1.7 million. This next slide is what will show you the difference between what we projected in FY24 and what it came in at, and how we're taking that forward in FY25. You're going to see that our sales tax, we projected to come in at $153,604,000, and it actually came in at $148,530,000. So even though sales tax came in higher than last year's actuals, they're still 3.3% below what we had projected and built our budget on. Conversely, on property tax, fortunately, We had budgeted for 174,107,000, and those actually came in higher at 179,804,000. And so that's 3.3% offset. And so 32% of our overall revenues come in from sales tax, 36% come in from property tax. Fortunately, those were somewhat of a cost neutral for us. However, business license came in 3.9% or 3.8% rather below projections, and room tax came in at 4.2% below. And as we all know, cannabis came in at 58% below, and that simply had to do with the delays incurred of the 21 licensed cannabis facilities coming online. But we're confident in 2025 we will have many of those online, many more, and perhaps even all of them. Here's the next steps that I want to bring to the attention of the council. In the months of March and April, we will be meeting with the retirement board or administrator as well as some board members to try to determine why the $6 million increase in our pension system, especially in light of the fact that I believe public safety has already funded about 116%. And so we're going to have those questions hopefully answered for us because that does not jive with our understanding. But we did have a breakdown by Ruthie Quinto, our assistant city manager, and I have a pretty good understanding how they based it, but I want to hear from them directly. We're also going to be meeting with our labor groups to talk about different issues where there may be some cost savings derived. I'll speak specifically to police and fire. We're going to be having conversations about some things on staffing. And those will be some mutual conversations. We've already had those conversations with the department directors, the police chief and fire chief. We're also going to be continuing to meet with our department directors to find ways to save money. Many of them know that over this last few months, we slowed down our hiring intentionally or had a renewed focus on who we're going to hire and which ones we're going to hire in a timely fashion with a priority on police and fire. We're also, my commitment to all of you in the next, starting in 2 weeks, I'll be having one-on-one meetings with you, inviting the city manager to come along as well as the chief of staff so that we can talk to you about a number of things, what your district priorities are, as well as the ARPA spending, because we do need to reevaluate what remaining dollars we have on ARPA to see how we might be able to offset our general fund deficit, especially in light of the spending obligation timelines at the end of this year and expenditure timelines. And then lastly, we have asked each of the department directors to present to us, which we've already gone over, a 3% budget reduction plan. 3% doesn't sound like much, but when you already take out 6.18% of their attrition, and most departments are funded around 95% PERS cost, and this 3% reduction is coming out of their non-PERS. So they don't have a lot to begin with. So 3% is quite a bit for each department. And I can tell you for every 1%, it equals about $5 million. So 3% would equal $15 million to offset the deficit that we face today. And so with that, open up to any questions you might have for me or my staff. And again, I want to say thank you to the staff for doing what we've done over the last couple of weeks and being able to get this information. Now, I will tell you, we have met with all of the department directors, but this is only general fund. We have not been able to calculate what our enterprise accounts are with FACTS, airports, and Department of Public Utilities. But we feel pretty confident in these numbers, and we are optimistic that we're going to be able to collectively find ways to narrow this gap and to be able to present to you a balanced budget on May 16th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Up first, I have Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my 5th budget. I think this is the earliest we've had information. I think last year you broke a record, and you did it again this year, so thank you for that. Last time we discussed mid-year, I think a couple weeks ago, I said it was sobering. This is eye-popping, so you definitely have my attention, and I know there's some difficult decisions to be made ahead. I have a lot more questions I'll ask later. This is all new, so we're going to process this. I want to ask maybe about the cannabis revenues. So we revised our revenues. More stores are coming online. You never know. It's difficult to predict. But how confident are we that these will be accurate numbers for what we should expect in the next fiscal year?
I feel pretty optimistic based on the projections that we've already, of those coming online in meeting with Jennifer Reese, that the numbers we're presenting are going to be very close.
Okay.
We've over-projected since we started, and, we've never had a cannabis program in the city of Fresno.
Right.
And what we have found is that there were a lot of delays in people opening up businesses. But the good news is the businesses that have opened have exceeded our revenue projections. Okay. Now that, of course, could be because we're limited, right, in terms of where you can buy cannabis. But the other thing is making sure that through the city attorney's office, which has done a great job on hitting some of these smoke shops with the police department, as we continue to do that, we're going to be able to see more and more people take advantage of the legal cannabis purchases versus the illegal or the illicit. Yeah. And so we're hopeful, and we're going to monitor that on a quarterly basis. And we'll be able to make adjustments. We're going to be scrutinizing this budget much more closely as we go into FY25, just as we are today, of making sure we're meeting not only our revenue projections, but we're controlling our expenditures.
And thank you for that. You actually beat me to it. I did want to say, to offer kudos to the city attorney's office because, the illegal cannabis operations, not only is it very dangerous and unregulated and could potentially provide access to children, you've done a great job to support the tax base of this city. Thank you for that.
Mike, the only thing I would add is that it was a partnership with PD, and we appreciate that partnership.
Excellent. Thank you. Two other things. Now, I know we're talking about general fund only, which is extremely important because so many of our services come from the general fund, like public safety and parks and so on and so forth. I want to talk about, to the extent you can, about delinquencies. When it comes to public utilities, there's a Prop 218 process going forward. If it's possible to get a memo on maybe some of our most delinquent accounts. Frankly, I'd like it to be public, if we can legally be public about that, and how many years people have been in arrears, because every dollar, we're going to get to the point where every nickel's going to count. Maybe, city manager, if we can at some point get that information, and if possible in a public document, that would be helpful.
Do you remember are we in arrears about $25 million?
Where do I see Brock?
Brock, come on down.
How much?
20 million.
20 million, but good news is we do have about 7 million, is it? From relief? Come on up here.
Yeah, come on up. So we were at a much higher level because we had stopped all shutoffs, and as soon as we got through, completed COVID and all of that, we started sending out notices. It certainly got people's attention to come in and start making payment plans. So I know that has helped to offset the deficit. Brock, you want to talk a little bit more to that?
Yeah, we just received word that we're going to receive another $7.2 million to offset the arrearage that we've amassed.
Through payment plans with people that are behind.
No, a grant.
This is
grant.
Yeah, this is additional money.
So that grant will forgive the arrears, or does it just tide us over?
It pays off the arrears.
Okay.
So we had the original amount that came in. It was, I think, $7 million as well, and that was for a specific time period.
Right.
That was redone, and it extended through COVID an additional period of time. I don't have the dates in front of me. But we were able to then get additional money for water and wastewater.
And the way that grant is implicated, we don't just get a check for $7 million and we offset. It goes on the individual accounts, correct, Brock?
It's applied to accounts that are affected within that time period.
So each customer's account gets a credit that all of that added up is $7 million.
Okay, so it's proportional.
It has to do with the time period of which it was delinquent, sort of related to COVID. It's a little complicated, but...
So UB&C will go in and look at all the accounts, and within that specific time period, define which ones have delinquencies.
Okay.
So we get a total number for that, and then that's what the grant is applied to.
Okay. No, that's great. So we were at 20 million. We just got a $7 million grant, which is going to help a lot. So that's good, very good work.
Yes.
So yeah, if we can get maybe some kind of document that shows the especially if it's a business that's involved, the longest length of delinquency and by dollar amount as well.
Sure.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And my last area is on public safety. I'm not going to go too much into this, but I'm going to share with you a true story. On the way back to the office today, this just happened. I was in a vehicle with two of my colleagues, and somebody ran right through a red light in downtown. Now, that happens a lot, whether you're in Northwest or Southwest. So one thing is, I know you're going to have to make very tough decisions, but getting that motor unit fully staffed is going to be really important to me. I believe the positions are already there. It's just making sure we get, because I can tell you, being fresh off the campaign trail, a lot of people are concerned about red light runners and traffic safety. So I know we got to make tough decisions. Just full disclosure, that's kind of where I'm at right now. But you almost had you still had a quorum, but you would have had 3 less council members here today and 1 staff member.
Yeah, I concur with you too, Councilmember. We, the last couple of 3 years, our police department's been challenged. They had to, fill all of their vacancies, focus on violent crime, which had nearly doubled in our city, murders. And fortunately, violent crime last year was down 15%. Murders are down 43%. And shootings are already down this year over 30%. So now that violent crime is a little more manageable, they'll be able to focus on things they couldn't do, quality of life issues, retail theft with the 25 new officers, as well as focus on traffic safety in our city.
Yeah, department's done a great job, and it's just, we have funding, the positions aren't filled. So, but no, the department has done a fantastic job, and thank you, Chief and Mayor, for that. I will say one thing, and in all seriousness, maybe we can get a forgivable loan from Valley Children's Hospital. That might help us deal with the deficit. So that's my last zinger, and we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you for the presentation, Mayor. I think you and I both came into office at a time where our economy was doing exceedingly well, in large part due to the state and federal contributions we were receiving at the time, which we know are not going to exist much longer. So I think we're definitely going to have to switch our governing styles going forward to do the least harm to our city. This is quite a large number. As you're giving your presentation, I had a couple of questions. Should be pretty basic. Does your administration do a 5-year projection every fiscal year?
Yes. It's required by the
Reserve Management Act.
Yeah, Reserve Management Act.
And the Labor Management Act when it comes to labor contracts.
Yeah.
So these numbers that you're presenting today are not a surprise to you?
These numbers today do surprise me. I mean, not this week, but a few weeks ago they did. And the reason is because we were hoping that the sales tax revenues would get better. And then when you, but the expenditures we knew all along, with the exception of, I mean, we knew what we had obligated in contractual obligations to labor units over the last 3 years. We had those planned, but we did not anticipate some of the workers' comp, the pension, some of those expenses that are coming up. And I don't think anybody could have planned ahead for the inflationary dollars that we've seen over the last couple of years.
Is there a department or a couple departments in particular that are going to have the hardest time getting their needs met given the projected deficit this year and the 4 years following?
Fortunately, over the last few years, we've been able to meet many of the needs in our public safety arena. For police and fire, we added 88 police officers in 3 years. We've added 70 firefighters in 3 years. And we were able to do a lot with the equipment and requests that they made. And so I think we're in pretty good shape there. I do think that the fire department's going to have a difficult time meeting a 3% reduction, just because of the way their staffing level is. They have a staffing level that is, makes it difficult.
I think there's a couple of departments that come to my mind that, despite the challenges we face financially as a city, I'm going to want to continue to see grow. I mean, Councilmember Carbasi brought up the motorcycle units. I mean, that's something that's going to be really important to me too. Going forward, how do we fill those? But the police department overall and public works, I mean, those are two things that I can't afford to slow down on in my district. I mean, if anything, those two things are going to need to be ramped up. And so interested to work with you for all departments, but I could tell you for my constituents, public safety and infrastructure remain probably the top two priorities of that district.
Good. We don't have any anticipation of slowing down any of our public works projects. With our new capital projects that we have, we're going to continue to move as quickly as we can.
Slowing down, that's good to hear. We're not going to be slowing down, but we need to start
Accelerating?
and accelerating it even more than the current level we're at.
We agree, and the issue is we had a conversation this last week with Public Works and with Public Works. And the issue isn't whether or not we're able to do the work now. It's the funding for the work and the fact that we have a lot of money committed to ARPA projects that are for streets that we need to focus on. And that the council is the one who determined those priorities for ARPA funding. So the goal is to get those done by the timeline that we have. But I feel the same way you do with McKinley Avenue, Peach Avenue. We're going to get those done this coming year, this coming fiscal, FY25. And so, and public safety, as you know, is near and dear to my heart as well. So we're going to continue that. Thank you.
And then can you remind me how much we have in the city reserve?
37, how much, what is it at the end of the year?
Oh, Mr. Fierro, correct me. I believe the ending total is estimated to be between $43 and $45 million. 46?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm
46
sorry.
million.
It was almost 47. I'm sorry, I was only off 10.
What's required of the city to access those funds if it ever came to it?
It would require, I'll let the city manager talk, but I know it takes 5 votes and a...
It would require a declaration of fiscal emergency, and that is, going off the top of head, it requires a overall reduction in sales tax year over year for 3 consecutive years.
Of a certain percentage, which is between, and here's where I'll draw on the city controller, if you recall, but I believe it's a 10% reduction in those. We'll give you a summary of what that, it is the declaration of emergency.
It's the declaration, it requires 5 votes.
Yes.
Do you 5 votes and we have to met those conditions for 3 years?
It's both and I do not, the reason why I don't know off the top of my head is because we do not meet those requirements.
That's the sale, because we actually had a growth in sales tax over last year, not as large of a growth that we were expecting. Correct. But we do not meet the classification.
Okay. Well, speaking of growth, you mentioned mayor property tax exceeded our expectations, and that's with an interest rate that has been, between 6.5% and 7.5%. The economy has still been doing pretty well with the feds projecting that these rates are going to lower. Have you been projecting out with that in mind, that lower rates are going to lead to an increase in purchase of housing stock? What's the administration's take on that?
Last year, we budgeted for proposed 4.25%, I believe, on property tax. It came in at 7.84%, which is very good.
With that high of an interest rate.
We are factored in a 4% property tax for this coming year, and we need to have some conversations about, can we adjust that upward? We're getting mixed feelings about whether or not that 7.84 was an aberration. Because if you look at us historically, we hadn't been hitting that number.
So the feds are decreasing the rate, and you're also decreasing your projection of how much sales tax we're going to get?
It's consistent. Last year was 4.25. This year we're putting it at 4%.
Yeah, but you're lowering your projection from last year.
By
Pardon
0.25.
me. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Maxwell. Are you asking about the interest rate and then how it correlates to the property tax growth? The Federal Reserve's change in the interest rate and its correlation to assessed valuation and therefore property tax growth.
I'm asking, is that a factor when you're calculating?
It may impact because folks might go out and purchase more homes, but then there also might be a counterbalance because it could change supply and demand, and so certainly that could be an impact, but we wouldn't want to overreact. What we do look at is the historical trend for our assessed valuation, that being a 3-year, a 5-year, and a 10-year historical trend for that growth, and then we also rely on the assessor, the county assessor, to give us some idea as well as to their appraisers and how they're doing on reevaluating evaluating our properties in the
Over the
city
last 3
limits.
years,
So
we've grown substantially, but the projections are coming down from where they were last year.
they are not actually coming down.
4.25 to 4%?
No, well, for now. And so what the mayor, I think, indicated is that we need to take a look at that, and we need to see if we feel comfortable.
One of the strategies, when I talked about there's going to be things we need to consider, and I'm not going to do this in a vacuum. I'm going to get council buy-in on this one. But if we're going to increase that property tax, you know, it is with some risk, calculated risk. But you know, we're open to doing that as we look for ways to increase our revenues to offset this deficit. I will say on property tax, we had, I think last year was at what did we project last year? I mean, on sales tax.
2.5.
2.5. It came in at 1.2, I believe. And this year we're going forward with a 2.49%. Actually, for the 5-year projection, all of them are based on 2.49% increases in sales tax and 4% on property tax.
Okay. My last question, and I don't know if this is true or not, but something that I hear often is, does the city of Fresno have a lower TOT rate than most other cities of our size throughout the state of California?
I do know there are cities that are above us, because I've looked at those. Our TOT.
I want to say we're 12%, correct?
Our rate comparatively to other cities.
TOT is 12% in Fresno. Other
right
places.
Around the average. It's actually a little bit higher than other cities, but
What's
we're
Clovis
very
is
close.
after their increase?
We'll get you the exact information. I don't know right off the top of my head, but we can provide that information. Comparable cities and surrounding cities, sure.
Thank you, Ruth.
I can tell you that our TOT was down this year, but our room tax is projected to be at for FY25 just under 16 million.
Okay.
So a jump of about 500,000 from this year.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to just correct one little teeny tiny thing. It's not that our room tax was down on the
Correct.
TOT rate. It was that we thought our Airbnb agreement was
Right.
going to be in line for a full year. And as you know, we didn't get to realize the benefit of the full year of Airbnb collections. We were just able to get you to approve the
Just
agreement.
approved that last meeting, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So we should realize additional monies than what we've seen in the past because of the new process?
Correct.
Hypothetically?
We agree with that.
Yeah.
We're hopeful.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate
You
it.
bet. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. City manager, just a follow-up question to that. When can we start to see or realize the fruits of that labor with the new agreement that we have with Airbnb? Is that going to be immediate? When will we start to see those numbers?
The agreement is scheduled to go into effect April 1st, so immediately.
So we'll have to then compare, with the direct collection from Airbnb compared to the voluntary that we've been getting, and we'll have to do that comparison. But the good news is we were able to get them to begin doing it immediately after you guys were going to be adopting. You adopted the agreement.
So we should start to see money from Airbnb every month, or is it once a year?
I believe those reports, Santino, do you know the timing? Quarterly.
Quarterly, okay. Okay. Thank you. Up next is Councilmember Arias.
City Manager, how many vacancies are currently in the police department?
It was about 57.
We have, Paco, can you help me out here, please?
All positions are money. So
Come on up, Des.
Yeah, 107 vacant in total. Some of those are in the pipeline for being hired.
Got it.
That's total. Of those, 75 are sworn.
What about the fire department?
Very few.
Billy, come on down, Billy.
Get your pencils ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's budget time.
But by the way, council member, we've already counted on that money.
Oh, yeah. We just might eliminate positions instead of capturing savings.
15 or 16 sworn vacancies, and we have 3 non-sworn vacancies, 2 in the prevention division and 1 at the front desk.
And planning and permitting?
We actually have a account auditor too.
Council member, I mean, we can provide a report that shows if, I'm not sure that everybody has the numbers off the top of their head.
I will just say this, the current vacancy in every department, all combined, is at 6.18%.
How many are those positions? How many numbers?
It's
I'm sorry, what was the question?
430.
How many current vacant positions in the city of Fresno?
576 total, but that is the both general fund and all other funds as well.
Thank you. Mayor, what you basically presented today, it is sobering, but this council has established a rainy day fund that currently sits at $46 million. It seems to me what you presented to us today is a notion that it's raining. Are you intending to tap into the rainy day fund?
I'm intending to make that a last resort. I don't anticipate, I'll stand here today, I don't anticipate us putting any money into the reserve for FY25 because we don't have that money to put in. But I would like for us to look at what it looks like to ramp up property tax and also whether or not we could expend any ARPA dollars to offset the deficit. Look at the 3% cuts to the various departments and explore all of those things first before we even have a conversation about dipping into the rainy day fund.
City Manager, what's our total budget right now?
$505 million for FY25.
Not general fund total.
General, okay. 1.87 billion was the adopted FY24.
Okay, 1.87 billion.
That was for enterprise and general fund.
So what I want to caution us with in general is, we just went down this rabbit hole of Valley Children's. They have a $1.9 billion budget, $354 million profit in 1 year, $124 million in the Caribbean offshore accounts. I don't want to get to a place where we're simply stacking money for the sake of stacking money, because we are a government entity. We're not designed to be making money. We're designed to put back money into the form of resources and services to folks. So I want to be very cautious about that. And I recognize that the current rainy day fund was designed with the expectation that the floor would fall on the economy, and therefore reduction in sales and property taxes.
Yeah.
I don't think what it accounted for is that one of the biggest drivers of this budget deficit is the growth of government that we've approved.
Yep.
Speaking of which, in your slide, you indicated the projected increase of PG&E by 4.8 million, but we didn't cover what is the projected increase of all the labor agreement contracts that we've approved.
The what?
The labor agreement contracts. What's the projected increase in the staffing costs that we have approved across the board? What is that projected increase on an annual basis? You indicated that that's a variable, but you did not attach a money or dollar figure to it.
Yeah. Let me give you what it was for FY24.
So on page 8, you indicate contractual increases and annual escalation, which is a fancy way of saying we approved raises for everyone, and now they're coming home to roost. So what is that total cost of those raises for this budget?
So if you, go ahead, Mayor.
So
you want to look at the employee services line item would probably be the quickest.
Yeah, just an estimate.
Well, there's an increase based on hiring. There's an increase based on contracts.
Correct.
And I think those have to be.
We'd have to separate those out.
This FY24, the budget contained $40.8 million increase for those investments.
Got it. So PG&E is responsible for nearly a $5 million increase in costs, while the raises that we gave are potentially $40 million?
PG&E total will be about $48 million this coming year.
No. What I'm saying is the projected increase for electricity, the electricity bill for the city is about $4.8 million, as you've indicated.
Right.
What is a projected increase for all employees?
For labor this year, labor contracts?
We'll get, because the employee services line item includes new hires and salary increases. We don't have it separated out on this sheet, so we'll have to get that for you.
But give me the number for both, because we can control both variables. At
Okay.
least we can control one,
So
the new hires.
I'm just going to go off of the employee services line item. This doesn't include the health and welfare, the retirement, the pension. Adopted budget or fiscal 24 amended 234,562. Fiscal 25 base, we're projecting 251,640.
And that doesn't include the contribution to a pension system of employees, the contribution to healthcare funds, right?
We could give us a minute to do the math and we could add it up because
Okay.
those are broken out in separate line items as you see on the spreadsheet.
Right. I just want to reemphasize that the single largest driver of this deficit budget is an increase of staff and personnel costs that we all approved,
100%.
which is raises for employees, correct?
Yeah, we're in any department, as I said, we're about 90% of our costs has got to be somewhere in the personnel for general fund.
So in your perspective, since that is a single largest driver of a deficit budget that is clearly a rainy day situation, do you anticipate negotiating multiple year contracts going forward with the labor groups? Or are we at a best case scenario, everyone gets a 1-year contract until we figure our way out of this fiscal situation?
Yes, I think in the good times, we negotiated 3-year contracts. In the bad times, it's time for 1-year contracts. And the vast majority of the labor groups are aware of that, I believe.
Okay. You indicated that the American Rescue Funds could be an option for us to address the impending rainy day situation. Have you considered, just the way you've slowed down hiring, have you considered slowing down purchasing all the stuff that we previously approved? Maybe slowing down on the brand new cars and the brand new equipment and getting some more life out of it?
In our meeting with the police department, there was replacement vehicles that were requested, cars that had exceeded their miles in time. The vast majority of those were not approved in our budget and have been canceled out, which ultimately means cars being driven more. We did this during the recession. We're going from, instead of outright purchases, we're doing leases to extend that over a 5-year period. The answer is yes. We're looking at all of those things, and we've met with General Services, and they're coming up with cost-saving measures that for all departments, but all of it has to do with fleet.
So it'd be fair to say that this isn't the year to be asking for new police helicopter, right?
Well, we need to have that conversation. I got a mixture of, some council members want it, some don't.
Well, we're here in a public setting asking it. If we're going broke, why would you buy a new helicopter?
Correct.
So is that a yes or no?
This is a 5-year. This is not the mayor's 2025 budget proposal. I haven't done that yet.
So
But I will on May 16th.
So do you intend to ask for a new helicopter?
Well, I don't think that is a question I'm prepared to answer at this time, because we haven't got out of our if we don't get out of the $37 million or $36 million deficit, no, that won't be.
Okay, and this is where I'm going to be concerned, because you can get out of the $37 million deficit by cutting services on residents and then make room for a brand new helicopter.
Sure.
And the question is, who's going to lose services, right?
Yes.
I mean, money is people.
That's a fair question, and I want to ask one as well. If I present a balanced budget that takes into the $36 million, are we going to have $100 million of council motions this year? Again?
Probably $175 million.
Okay,
to be fair.
all right. Just want to know.
This is the work.
Fair question.
Yes, a fair answer to a more accurate answer. Have you considered using the American Rescue Funds, which are one-time in nature, to acquire more solar, since PG&E's rates continue to go up? What are the plans to protect ourselves for PG&E by acquiring more solar?
Okay, so I think it's important to know that 100% of the American Rescue Funds have been identified to accompany a project. almost all of those are identified by council. That's the purpose of meeting with each of you to say, are there areas in the ARPA spending plan that you guys have designated that we can then back out and use them for other purposes?
Okay. But that is an option.
Well, yes and no, because as you know, we're no longer in NIMS 0.20, we're in NIMS 3.0, and the use of solar beyond 2.0 is a little bit challenging in terms of return on investment.
I didn't hear the question. Did you ask about, are we doing more solar?
What I asked is, are you planning to acquire more solar with American Rescue Funds since PG&E is a huge driver of additional cost?
Okay, that's a half of a bell ring on that one.
We got plenty of bells. Just wait for the later stuff. Water, Member Kabasi indicated a lot of notices, people not paying their bills. When it comes to water fines, I know we're still not engaging in actual collection of water fines, correct? We're simply sending notices to people to either you're overusing water.
I want to know why all the department directors are sitting
they're
way
way
in the
behind.
back,
Yeah.
Come on, to
behind
the front,
a pole.
guys.
Can you guys come up here and help me a little bit? Please.
This is a warm-up to the budget.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Come
5,
on.
6 chairs open, please.
Come on, Chief. Don't be scared here.
Santino,
In their defense, this wasn't meant to be the preview of the fiscal 25 budget. We're just giving you the current snapshot of where we are today, so we weren't prepared to go into, a high level of detail. Go ahead, Santino.
Sure. Good afternoon, Council. We are, at this point, we have begun assessing delinquency fees. If you'll recall, we started with a really elongated, phased-in approach to letting folks know that we were going to start moving through the delinquency process. So, but I can tell you, as of today, we have been assessing.
So, Director, I don't think that's my question. I know there's delinquency fees for not paying your water bill. I'm asking the fines for overusing water. My understanding is that we've never actually collected fines for people who overwater and abuse their limits.
So we had that in the ordinance, then it was put on pause. And so right now we're in the process of updating the language of the ordinance so that it is more applicable and I think easier for everybody to understand. And we'll be bringing that to council for consideration probably in the next 45 days.
Got it.
And
So is it fair to say that the new budget would include actual collections for, wasting water or overwatering?
Well, so it's all enterprise related, so it's not going to offset anything in the general fund. But
I understand that.
It would certainly help incentivize conservation.
But it would also help your water division to maybe reduce rates downstream if you have more revenue from fines, correct?
It can. One of the things that we're looking at is the fines that are collected is to use that for an affordability program to help offset costs for those that would, fit within the criteria for that.
That makes sense. Thank you. Mayor or Police Chief, I know there's been a lot of attention on the amount of grants that we've recently been successful in receiving, retail theft, in the tens of millions of dollars. So my question is, since we got these grant dollars and it's the same officers doing retail theft as it is doing patrol, I'm assuming we haven't added more positions. Is there some savings from us drawing down the state grants for the police department? And is there savings to a general fund since we're drawing down the state grant at this point? Or how are we executing that?
So I'll have there's supplanting issues.
Correct.
That whenever you apply for a grant and you accept the grant, you also sign that you will not go below a certain number. And so each grant is different, but I'll let the police chief talk specifically to the retail.
All right. Does the retail theft have a supplanting provision?
It does. It also has the provision that we don't have to keep those police officers. So 25 positions, and then once this grant is over in 3 years, if the budget's not there, we can just absorb them in vacancies. So it doesn't lock us into having more police officers than we need. At this point, we've only started our other CCAT unit, which is addressing auto theft, and we have not added those extra detectives. But basically, they would work at the districts to address the organized retail theft.
Thank you. Mayor, there's a couple of ways to deal with budget deficits. One is the revenue side, increased revenue. Cannabis is potentially that for us. Another one is to control cost. Most of that is in people. So those contracts are signed, we have to pay the salary increases. But the other one is to borrow. As you know, in the last few years, this council has made significant investments in our credit rating is probably at the peak so it's been. Do you have any plans to offset some of the budget deficit by borrowing and utilizing our good credit?
We've had conversations about two things: what our bond capacity is now in the city versus when it was 2 years ago, and then secondarily is what would be our ability to pay back those bonds on an annual basis. For example, you talked about the helicopter. You know, right now a helicopter is going to be $6-7 million. You would never buy that outright. You could bond it over 10 years or do a lease, and your payments are going to be, you know, $500,000 plus a year. And then you compare that to what are you paying in maintenance today based on an old aircraft, and which one is a better deal. The same holds true with anything else we do as well. I don't think the interest rates are at a point right now where we want to consider doing some bonds, but we may in the future if we have to. Yeah. And we have talked about it. We talked about it this last Saturday.
What I would prefer is as bonding something like the dispatch center, a physical asset, versus something that has a life cycle vehicle.
Yeah, we have talked about, we have a fire station 12 that we are building that we're going to be bonding, and 10. So we're going to be paying part of it, bonding part of it. The dispatch center, you have 10 million, or about 9 million left, I think, in ARPA. So could we bond more? Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. Just a couple of things. I know some people have shared their priorities. What I also want to share around my priorities is not things that are going to cost us more money, but things that I believe we should no longer be subsidizing. So I want to, again, go on the record today that Chandler Airport should be paying
market rate,
full share. No more subsidy for Chandler. From my perspective, it is a luxury for those who have private planes and a hangar and who pay the rents that's less than an apartment complex in the city. And we should no longer be subsidizing Chandler Airport. It should pay for itself. And whatever that means, I expect that those fees come forward to this council before the next budget is adopted so that we're out of the business of subsidizing luxury, you know, incentives for people.
I know that is a FAA requirement for the air terminal, FA2. Is it for Chandler as well?
It is. I do believe you have to have, we're supposed to be doing regular appraisals and charging market rate for leases. So I want to make sure and separate the issue of the market rate of leases versus the subsidy of the airport, because I believe, and the airport director can correct me, even if we collected market rate for leases, it still may not be self-sustaining. Is that I'm getting a head shake? Yes.
Yes.
So,
yeah,
okay.
I fully understand that, and I don't expect us to make a profit. We're not in the profit-making business, but we're definitely not in the subsidizing people's leases business either. So I think it's fair that if the city of Fresno has to pay market rate when it leases an office space in downtown, then folks with planes should pay market rate when they lease a hangar from the city. No matter who we upset in that process. The last question I have is, the last two, are we looking at any reduction in staffing at the management level to close this $37 million gap?
We're scrutinizing every single position in the city. All of those go through TJ Miller, our assistant city manager, who does an analysis, discusses it with the city manager to determine whether or not that is the best use of funding for that position. That will include management.
So if an assistant city manager gets promoted to a different city in the next couple of weeks and those positions become vacant, is your guys' intention to fill that position or to hold it open until we resolve the $37 million cap?
We would go through the same analysis that we would do with anything else. We look and we consider every position and we say what's not going to get done if we don't fill this position, and we make that determination.
So do we have any management positions that are vacant currently? Or are
Not
those
in my office. I'd have to look at the list citywide.
If you can give us
we do. I know we have a couple on the utility side. but I'd have to look at citywide.
Okay. Last question. Have we frozen any particular department's accounts at this point? I know we don't have a hiring freeze. Do we have a budget freeze? Have we frozen any department's portion of their funds?
We have, as we discussed during the fiscal 24 budget discussions, when we said that we were going to budget 10% attrition citywide, how we implemented that is every month we I wouldn't say freeze, we sweep the attrition from employee services into an attrition contingency line item. So
is that contingency available for the department head to utilize?
No.
No.
So it is frozen?
Correct.
Yep.
Has that been discussed with the department heads and this body on whose accounts we've frozen?
Well, I would say we're doing exactly what we said we were going to do during the fiscal 24 budget. We told you we were going to, and we've done less. We told you we had budgeted $10 million, 10% attrition to balance the budget last year. We said we were going to be monthly sweeping attrition savings. That's exactly what we've done.
So you did across the board, everyone's dollars got swept?
Everybody.
Yes.
Across the board equally?
Yep.
Including, well, no, not equally. No, not equally.
Those that don't have any money, you didn't sweep?
Those that
Correct.
work for the council.
Yeah.
So
We
some
don't.
offices got swept more, some got less. If they had filled all of their positions, they did not meet the attrition levels. Some higher, some at 10%, some at 6%, some at 0%.
So here's where I struggle with that notion. The administration, the Department of Personnel and HR, control how fast positions get filled. If you prioritize filling positions in Chief Badrama's department, he has less money to sweep.
Yeah.
If you don't move as fast in the city attorney's office, he has more money to be swept. So I did not agree as one member to sweep the city attorney's funds, so I'd like to have a further conversation. It doesn't have to be here or now, but I'd like to understand the implications, because not every department's equal in size and in prioritization from the personnel department on how fast they process applications.
Yeah, and City Council member Miguel, I think the confusion we all have that you've kind of outlined and exposed here is when we had the budget conversation, our understanding when you said that there would be no attrition savings is that was built in already. Not that they would be sweeping it, right? So I thought we were allocating sort of that built-in cut already in terms of allocations to the departments. Not that you'd be giving the ordinary allocation to departments and then sweeping it out every month.
Here's the, we fully funded departments and then swept money or put it into a contingency. We are planning to do it differently this year. And it's been done in years past where you'll fund a department. If you're going to hold a 6% attrition, you fund the department at 94% anticipating that. The police department exceeded their 6.18%. They're at 6.1% in sworn. They're at 10% in civilian. So they exceeded that. So, and some departments do better than others. Fire department may have a more challenging time.
See, the challenge I have, Mayor, is that it's no secret that it can take up to a year to hire an employee in the city through all the different process from posting to interviews.
Yes.
So when this body authorizes a department to expend X amount of money on X amount of priorities and projects, and then their money gets swept monthly because it's not being utilized, the folks that answer to us directly have to answer the question, why wasn't the work done? And the answer is because my money got swept, right?
That's not a true statement, though.
The money only gets swept for the existing vacancies. In addition to that, there's other carryover beyond the 6.18% that hasn't been touched. And for a department that might be reporting to you, that money could be an extra $2 million.
Correct. So to Member Esparza's point, the way it was explained to us, the ways us folks understood it was, you had already budgeted for those savings, not that you were going to capture the savings by sweeping people's money on a monthly basis, right? That for me is completely new. Because if that was the case, then we would all be running deficits on a monthly basis based on how fast HR works.
It's new to us. During the recession, that's how things were done. They would take sweet money and put it into a contingency within the department that wasn't spendable. I've also seen it during times where we budgeted as a city where we wouldn't fully fund the budget. That's the way we're going to approach it this year, so we can eliminate that confusion for you guys.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Council Member? As well? So every month you're sweeping each department's salary savings?
Except council.
Not all.
Except city council.
You've never swept a city council department?
Or city manager, because they don't have no savings to
we
sweep.
did.
We did. We exceeded
no
our
vacancies.
City manager and mayor's office was over 10%.
But how can you
And
do it
swept.
when you don't have any vacancies?
Because we just filled our vacancies.
So
So
we had an ACM vacancy for most of the year. We had a
deputy city
deputy
manager.
city manager vacancy most of the year. We had a deputy city or a deputy mayor that has never been filled. So all of those savings, the ones we did not sweep, are yours.
There's nothing to sweep. It's empty.
Well, and
Your account, there's not. Others, there are.
I want to, Councilmember Maxwell, so I want to make sure we did not sweep all salary savings. We swept, on average, 6.1%. And I want to make sure that it's clear.
Was that one time or was that continuously?
It's every month.
And you've never swept either of these departments to my
So I want to make sure it's very clear, and I understand that perhaps there was a lack of understanding of what we were doing. Yes, the city attorney's office salary savings were swept and put into the attrition contingency line item.
Once?
No.
Every month?
Every month. But I can also tell you that never once has there been an issue with us being told that there isn't enough money to hire people, because the city attorney's office has sufficient revenue within its budget to do whatever you all need it to do. It has a good chunk of money that has not been spent yet. So there's never been a point where the city attorney's office has come and said, you've swept my salary savings, now I don't have enough money to hire people. That's not happened.
Have you swept them before this past fiscal year?
No, because this fiscal year was the first time, fiscal 24 was the first time that we told you we were doing a 10% attrition savings.
Yeah.
Prior to that, we didn't need to do that.
In fact, beyond that, I'll say this. Every department in the city, at the end of the year, they don't get to keep their carryover. It goes back into the general fund as carryover to make the next budget. The only exception to that is the city attorney's office. They've been able to roll that money over every year.
And that's because why, Mayor?
Because they work for you.
And that's because we passed law in the city legislating that.
Yeah, because they work for you.
They work for the city of Fresno. The city attorney's office never does requests for you. You never request directly.
We do, but we made that decision.
So they work for you too. They happen to be administratively under the city council, but to say they work for the council, I don't think that's fair to the city.
They report to the council.
Report to the council. But I will say the police department also comes up here and reports to the council as well.
Yeah. If I may, Mayor, just to close this out, it reminds me of, at home I have a petty cash drawer. And I put extra change there that I have in my pocket. I won't tell you where it's at, Gary. But my son helped himself to my petty cash drawer. And his rationale was, well, it's been there for a long time. I thought you didn't need it, right? It's the same situation here. When we're with our city attorney authorizing litigation or new litigation like we did today, when we're doing his evaluation and we're directing him with new priorities, we expect that he has the money that we've been putting away in that coffer for the whole year. And to learn that that money's been swept, it's like my son helping himself to my petty cash without telling me about it and without knowing that I actually had plans for that petty cash, like to, pay for his tournament this weekend.
Well, that was a miscommunication on last year during the budget process.
Fair enough.
And so this year we won't have the miscommunication.
So can we get the money unfrozen immediately so we can get back to paying for the, tournament this weekend?
Councilmember, please tell me what has not been able to been paid for.
I think the idea is that...
You just want to know that it's there?
I think that the idea is that the city manager does not have the ability on any given day to simply freeze an account for the city attorney's office. I think we all have our lanes, and we need to make sure those lanes are honored.
We've also increased the amount of work our city attorney has had to do in the last 30 months alone. Who's to say we're not going to do that again in the next?
Notwithstanding the actual department, this is the budgetary body, and we might have some AARs in mind before the end of the fiscal year.
Councilmember Karbasi, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. So when it comes to the city clerk's office or the city attorney's office, who are supervised under the council, has the administration moved money into these frozen accounts?
Yes.
Okay.
Into a contingency account within their own department. Same with police, fire, everyone.
So my question is one of who has the authority to actually do that. You believe under your responsibility to administer the budget, you have the authority to do that?
Yes, I do believe that.
Okay, so there's my concern. It's that we were talking about budget resolution 2023-185? And that resolution requires council approval to move money around. So I'm concerned how this unilateral ability to move money around without a council vote was done, especially for the departments that report to the council. And I think that's where you're finding a little bit of consternation up here.
Even
if it's about, I'm sorry, one second, City Manager. Even if it's about whether money is there or not for functions we have now, and Councilmember Maxwell's right, they have tremendous amount of more responsibility than ever before. The point is, it was done without the authority. That's the concern we have.
I agree that the council is required to vote on appropriations resolutions that move money from department to department. 100% agree with you. There's no council vote required to move money from one part of a department's budget to another part of a department's budget. Once again, I understand that you may have a difference of opinion, and that's the natural tension of the charter. I believe, and because I go back to the time of the recession when we actually faced this exact same situation, and the city attorney at that time, Mr. Sanchez, opined that the city manager had the authority to reduce expenses. And the way that expenses were reduced was that they were in essence frozen. So I understand that perhaps there may be a different opinion now.
Right.
That was the authority with which I was operating.
I understand, and I appreciate your point, and there's a new city attorney in town. I will say this, we're going to go into negotiations as a council. I think you know how pretty much the entire council feels on this issue. I want us to go into that in good faith. I think we're going to have to make tough decisions, but if our departments are going to be defunded, that's a decision we have to make. So I'm requesting the money be put back. I just think that's kind of where we are, and we can make that decision as a body.
Is it the desire of this council to fully fund 100% of the city attorney and city clerk's budget?
The desire is
next year.
The desire, well, and we'll have that conversation. I think the desire is, just from my point of view, if the money is going to be moved, the council makes that decision as the supervisors of that department. That's where I think we're at.
And from my perspective, it is the desire that the city manager may be right that she can create a new account under the department. She has that authority. But I don't believe she has the authority to freeze access to that account to the department head that reports to this governing body without this governing body authorizing that. So it is my preference that the money be unfrozen so the city department and the clerk can execute their work without interruption because their evaluations depend on their ability to do their work.
And as the budget's negotiated, we will make that decision as a body.
Can somebody tell me how much is the dollar amount from the city attorney and city clerk's office that's been put in contingency?
Am I reading this right, Ruthie? 1.9 million for the city attorney's office. City clerk's office, $83,000.
Okay.
The police department, $18 million.
Okay. And so let me ask this. What is the anticipated carryover, including the 1.9 for the city attorney's office?
Last I checked, it was between 3 and 4 million.
Is that about?
Unspent.
Unspent. Okay. So 3 to 4 million. And of that, about 1.9. So it'd be, okay.
Thank you, Mayor, for unfreezing our money.
Okay. It just, the number we have today then for the 36 million, to unfreeze that money increases the deficit by 1.9 million.
So very small number, but the whole point is we may negotiate this, but give us the ability to do that because
Sure.
it's our department, that's all.
Yeah, so that will put it at 36.1, 37.1, 38.1, 39 million deficit. Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
all right.
We appreciate your time.
Councilmember Esparza, you're up next.
You scared me, Mayor. You kept counting. I said, is he okay? He had to pull out the fingers there. 1, 2,
Councilmember Esparza,
4.
is that, and you, I know you want me to fund the council at 725,000 per district again, plus council president at 750?
Well, the council funds everything, so I think we're okay there. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
all right.
it. Well, listen, so we went from 10 million about 2 meetings ago to 37 or 37, 38, 39.
39 now, yeah. And by the end of this council meeting, it could be 50, I don't know.
So when I first heard 10 million, it was believable. I mean, I know in conversations we kind of compared us to the state, look what's happening to the state. But, I was thinking, well, we don't have an income tax, right? Property taxes or property values are strong. Sales have been stubbornly strong within not just the city, but just really everywhere. But I see here it's less so the revenues, more so, at least for this fiscal year, less so the revenues, more so the
expenditures.
The expenditures.
Yep.
Besides PG&E, what are the other expenditures that are sort of outpacing inflation? So I mean, the PG&E rates are
So if you can
off the
put back
charts in
up
terms of-
that slide again, I want to show you because the PG&E was 4.2 spread across. Do you guys need me over there? Okay. So if Brianna gets that back up there, I'll show you.
Yeah, so I mean, things, prices go up, costs go up. I'm just looking for those ones that really stand out as outpacing inflation.
Yeah.
I mean, inflation last year was about 3.5, 3.6.
So
This year's about 3.
I wanted you to see them because slide 8, 7 and 8.
So those retirement contribution, you guys had not accounted for that last meeting that we talked about this?
Right. Yeah, and remember, we hadn't met with any departments. So departments come in with contractual obligations they have on software, on lease payments, on a number of things. For example, the city attorney's office is now off-site at another facility. They're leasing space. We don't even have that plugged into our budget this year. So if you look at those escalators, okay, you can go through PG&E, 4.8 million. The next slide, Brianna, please. Or Kelly, if you have it. So we have contractual obligations with the labor groups that are being paid as you go. Those costs are increasing. Back up one slide. Okay, there. Leave it right there, please. And then I think what used to cost X number of dollars for a vehicle, you can almost put another 50% on that in today's market. The tires and parts for the general fund, $418,000.
And those are the kinds of things I'm looking at.
Workers'
right?
comp,
the things that are
5.2 million.
sort of way beyond the standard pace.
Yeah, 5.2 million workers' comp, health and welfare 2.9, the SAFER grant 4.9, the risk and liability fund 1.8, ISD came in another 1.8. We had public safety communications tower. I mean, we don't have to do that, but I think we have to do that. So all of those, it's amazing how much software companies, technology companies have built into their escalator. And it's in the millions for this city every year.
Yeah. Can we move back to the slide with the 2025 base budget, the draft, the 5-year? So, Mayor, I see that we've got going from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, you built in, and actually really going forward, right, for the next 5 years, you actually projected a decrease revenues every single one of those years.
Decrease or increase?
No, decrease. So going from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, you've built in, and actually before I go into that, the resources line, the total resources, is that general fund only?
Yes.
Kelly, I think it's the other page. You're looking at revenues, council member?
Yeah, I'm looking at this slide. The total resources at the very top, that's general fund only. Okay, it's all general fund.
Yep.
So year over year, going from this fiscal year into the next, you're projecting 4.6% decrease in general fund revenue. The following fiscal year, 6.3%.
No, they're all going up.
They're all going up.
So for example, sales tax, budget, it was at 150.
Well, I'm just looking at total resources. I mean, you go 490 million this coming fiscal year.
Oh, that's all carryover, Nelson. I'm sorry. So your carryover adjustments, remember there was a time we were carrying over $40 million? Part of this, you got to factor in carryover. So I would look at the line of...
I'm looking at total resources.
Yeah.
Kelly, can you come up to the microphone,
come on up.
please?
For the purpose of getting all this on one page, we collapsed the items in the line items, council member. So what you are not seeing is the negative, the bottom 37 million that's in red. You are not seeing that that is carried over into the total revenue sources. So while in fact, like the sales tax, the property tax is all increased, it's offset by a negative balance each year of 37 million, 71 million, 108 million, and that's coming right off the top.
So
of
the
that
real
figure.
total resources technically would be the 459 plus 37.
Correct.
440 plus 71 on the next
Correct.
fiscal year.
Correct. Yes, and again, that was just a matter of trying to get this on something that you could almost read on one slide. But
Okay.
yes, it's just the math, and it's taking in the negative carryover, because we are no longer carrying over a positive balance.
Sure. Yes, I mean, either way, I mean, my thoughts were, so when I was first interpreting this as decreasing year over year over year, I mean, later on in this meeting, we have our economic development comprehensive strategy. We're going to have that presented for the council and the public. We've got a lot of good things going on. We've got, again, the Airbnb was mentioned, cannabis was mentioned. We have a lot of housing projects coming online, industrial. I mean, the convention center is having a gangbusters year. The TOT's got to be good there. And so there's going to be growth. There are good things happening.
We do believe that. And if you look at them, we're budgeting at property tax, like we said, 4% each year. TOT, business tax, I think we're at 10.4% per year that we're increasing. Help me on business tax. 10.4% was our annual growth
That's
rate.
That's right, 10.4.
That we anticipated, so we're being very aggressive there. I don't want to come in and shortchange the council, but I also want to be fiscally responsible, and it's a balance we're going to have to achieve. Hey, I came in last year thinking we're going to do 10% attrition. Well, we paid the price. We didn't come in at 10% attrition. And so hopefully these sales tax numbers will exceed them, but again, this year it came in at 1.2, and we put 2.49.
Sure. Well, I mean, that just goes to show we can't predict the future. We're trying.
Well, we're trying.
I
agree with you, Councilmember, that with Scannell coming online in 18 months, with Coca-Cola being in our city, we're going to get some of those revenues. So we anticipate some, and we also have businesses closing and leaving, so we have to take all of that into consideration. I'm hopeful.
So is there any level of, I'll go ahead and reverse it. I thought when I was looking at it, I misinterpreted it. I thought you had built in sort of recessionary numbers.
No.
Nothing, so zero
recessionary
zero counting
numbers
for any
we're,
kind of down.
We're still projecting an upward trend on all revenues.
Well, if we have it our way, hopefully, it's all that and more, and no recession. But what goes up must come down, and I would say we really have yet to come down. I mean, we're seeing a leveling, certainly, but I don't see it as us coming down. It's really the cost side.
Yeah, my commitment, as I said earlier, that I want to work with each of you one-on-ones, get your feel about what do you feel comfortable with on a projected sales tax revenue, property tax revenues, because those are some of the strategies, obviously, to offset the now $39 million deficit.
Well, I mean, today it's 39. 2 weeks ago it was 10. I mean, again, this is all fluid based on future projections.
Well, I think you see at the state level, you had the $73 billion coming in from the LAO, and then you had the governor coming in at $35 billion or something. They don't know where they're going to be at. And we're kind of like that too. We're relying upon the sales tax receipts coming in on a quarterly basis. By the time we prepare the final budget for FY25, we will have our third quarter receipts in, correct? So we'll have a better feel on actuals.
Councilmember, one thing I might add, if you notice, we have been heavily reliant on a large carryover. So if you look at the top of that slide, we had 26,980 that we were proposing in the adopted budget, and now, now we're thinking we're only going to have 8 million carried over. So, it varies from, we think it's going to be 26. If you look at the years of the history of the carryover, it's sort of been all over the place. So you see us going into the negative because we are seeing that we think that maybe the carryover is going to continue to shrink. So we've been very dependent on the carryover to keep us in the black.
And I think there's kind of a misunderstanding sometimes of what carryover is. There's carryover that's already obligated where we just didn't get the project done, and that could be $35, $40 million. And then there's carryover that was unanticipated from the mid-year that you have to spend in the following year. So our carryover of the money this year, how much of it was obligated already?
Oh, it was, Henry, 20 million, oh, I'm sorry, for the current year for 24?
24 to 25 carryover. What do you anticipate?
Oh, of the $8.2 million?
Yes.
7.3.
So 7.3 is
Thank you.
what?
Sorry, I didn't understand
Obligated?
the question. Is obligated for
So
capital projects
7.3
estimated.
million
Yes.
of that is to be spent on projects that this council has decided that's where the money should go. And much of that, same with ARPA. That's why we need to sit down and say, hey, we were going to commit X number of dollars of ARPA to this project. Is that still where we need to be? Or should we use that to offset this deficit? Those are the conversations I want to have with you guys.
So, based on my understanding of how you've outlined these numbers, this really is best case scenario, or best case. We don't know what best case could be, but I think it'd be incredibly optimistic to think there's not going to be a recession or some level. If you knew for sure, okay, somewhere within this 5 years. What's sort of the standard you would have built in? By what kind of cut or how much more would you see these deficits increase? What kind of percentage and decrease in revenue do we see on average during a recession?
I'm optimistic. Remember, this doesn't take into consideration 3% cut for departments. We know what that is, $5 million, $15 million. If we do all 3%, not every department can hit it. What kind of money can we shift out of ARPA? Is it 8, 10 million? Now we're at 25. We got 14 to go. And do we adjust our revenues? Those are the conversations. We'll get there, but there's going to be a lot of pain. There'll be delayed hiring for sure.
Okay, so we'll operate off of these until things get worse at some point.
I think I also want to note, it's 5 years. Right? It's crazy. 5 years. If we go back and look at, Ruthie was telling me, if we go back and look at the budget book 2 years ago, we're $100 million different. $100 million. So this, we do these 5 years and, you look at the out years and you don't know. We know right now what we're seeing at the state with sales tax, that we get our monthly estimates from the state. And then when we get our quarterlies, they don't line up. So, we think that maybe there's some stuff going on at the state level where they're trying to hold on to money as long as possible at the state level to make sure that they don't have to do anything. And then when they're legally forced to give us our money on a quarterly basis, it doesn't jive. The numbers don't jive. So there's all these factors that are completely outside of our control. So, all we do, that's why they're called projections. They're our best estimate going back. I know Ruthie has binders and binders of all the UCLA economic forecasts of, 20 years you have at least, if not more. 15 years worth that we go back and we look at previous recessions. But at the end of the day, it's 5 years out. So much can change. Who would have thought COVID? Right? These things come out of left field and completely alter the entire national economy. So we're obligated to do this. We note as we're pulling together our numbers that, oh boy, we got a problem. This is something that none of you on this body, with the exception of Councilmember Chavez as a staff member, have ever seen us go to this level in the red. So, the mayor felt it incumbent that we come, and instead of waiting until May when we present a budget to you, to come now and show you. The last time we did this was during the recession. So we just want to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible. What we're seeing, you're seeing. And that was sort of the goal of what we wanted to accomplish today. The good times are over. The heavy good times are over with all of these sources of money rolling in, and it's now we got to sit down and roll our sleeves up, get back to basics, and figure out what else we can do above those basics. So I know everybody's definition of basic is probably different on this dais, and that, frankly, that is where we're going to all have to figure out what the basics are, because once again, the blessing of the curse of having been here for so long, especially during the recession, is we had to go back and collectively, as a mayor and council, define what core services are. Because if we can't agree on that, then we're just going to have disagreement. So we're going to have to come to a place where we all collectively agree. First, what is our baseline of what we all agree we absolutely must do? And then we build layer upon that. And as we can afford to do more, then we pile those services on. But I'm so hopeful that we can, sit down and roll our sleeves up and come to a common agreement of what we all can define as those basic services, so we can figure out for sure what we can do, and then whatever money we have left over, then that is where we sort of, there's more discretion in determining how we spend that next round of dollars. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
We're nowhere close to where we were in 2009 in the recession. I remember us in the police department having to cut $20 million in 1 year. I had to lay off 267 employees, civilians, and not be able to hire a single officer. We're in a good position now, even though the dollars are down. I don't anticipate any layoffs. We may have some additional attrition. We may have to cut some expenses. We have to increase our revenues. We may have to do some bonding. But I think we're in a much better place right now because of the financial position of the city. And when we do bond, our credit rating will fly high. We're going to get a much lower rate. So we're in a pretty good position of any time to be able to address the financial woes we face.
Yep. Well, I appreciate the explanation, City Manager. Maybe you got a wartime City Manager. I think she's been waiting for this, her time to shine. A couple of my colleagues have alluded to the reserve. So based on the requirements that you described, is it at all possible for us to access the reserve in this coming fiscal year?
I would wait for the full analysis from the City Attorney's Office, but the Reserve Management Act is on the City Attorney's webpage. I think it's pretty strict at our ability. I don't think we would be able to access the reserve based on what we're telling you today. I think it's a legal determination. I know that the reserve management policy was enshrined in the city charter, which refers back to a reserve policy. So I want to defer exactly, and perhaps they can come back to us. I have it up on my screen right now, and there's all sorts of other provisions in here on cash balances in every account, but I don't think we're in a place that we could access it right now.
I agree, and I would prefer exploring further bonding and increasing revenues, projected revenues, in order to get us out of this mess before we touch the reserves. And if we have to down the road, because maybe you're right, maybe in 26 we hit a decline, or 27. We need to have something to fall back onto. I don't think this is the time.
And I'm not thinking of the reserve as necessarily a bailout for this one fiscal year. I'm looking at your total projected 180 million deficit over 5, and that's the reserve we have now. That you can mitigate that by a quarter.
We won't be at 180. We won't. The 5-year, the 4-year, the 3-year, 4-year, 5-year really mean nothing to me. It's 25 and 26.
Well, it's all fake. It's 5-year projections.
It's throwing a dart at with your blindfold on.
So, City Attorney, if I could, you mentioned this is sort of more locally restricted. So obviously, what's in the charter is in the charter. We're not going to change that before June. But also, as you do the analysis, keep in mind what portions are flexible on this dais any given Thursday, notwithstanding the charter.
Just really quick. So Section 3, the invocation, the mayor has the...
Of what?
Huh?
Section 3 of
Oh,
what?
I'm sorry. It's the Reserve Management Act, and it's under Committed General Cash Reserves Policy for Economic Uncertainties and Emergencies. And it says the mayor has the power to declare a fiscal emergency based upon one of the following: a natural catastrophe, an immediate threat to health and public safety, or a significant, defined as greater than 10% decline in general fund basic revenues. The fiscal emergency declared by the mayor must be approved by a supermajority of 5 votes of the city council. So that is the, I'll defer to the attorneys on a more complete analysis as to if anything can be changed, depending on what the charter says. But that 10% requirement, we don't have that. We actually had growth in the general fund, just not as much as we expected.
Sure.
Can we have the city attorney weigh in?
Yeah, our office will do a more in-depth analysis and provide a summary. I just want to put it out there. The Reserve Management Act has different buckets, and there are a lot of caveats, and so we'll try to put it in a digestible format so that we can understand it easier. But what the city manager has read is one portion of the Reserve Management Act, and we'll put it in a digestible format for you guys.
Sure thing. Mayor, last question I have is, again, I mentioned some of the potentially revenue-generating activities we have going on and things that are in the queue and things that we still have up our sleeves and haven't rolled out yet, but a lot of good things. This one's a little more ambiguous, but do these projections at all account for SEDA, the financial impacts of whether the city goes down the path of developing in the Southeast Development Area?
They do not, but I think you know from conversations that
it could increase our deficit.
Property tax is 36% of our revenue for the city of Fresno. Market rate housing is what generates property tax. And if we continue to only build in the core, which I think we should build in the core, and it's not, if we have market rate, that's great. We get a 50-50 or 51-49 split of property tax sharing agreement. But that alone, building in the core over a period of years, is going to create a financial burden on the city. At some point, we have to look at the SEDA of opening that up, and I'm good with that, but we've got to find a way to make sure the infrastructure doesn't fall on the backs of ratepayers, that developers pay that. The question is, how do we finance that in advance? I think those conversations are good ones, but I do believe at some point in time we have to look at that.
Well, I mean, we still don't know the cost benefit, and that's why I say it's a little more ambiguous. I mean, you feel pretty confident it would increase revenues. I'm saying, depending on who bears the cost of what needs to be put out there, it could easily go the other way for us and actually create a deficit, create a larger deficit. We don't know. We haven't seen the cost benefit analysis yet.
Yeah.
But this is sort of this is sort of as things are, not accounting for any of these big changes. Yeah. Any of the good things or bad things or ambiguous things that could happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a worst case scenario what we presented today, but I think it's far from the best case scenario. I think it's a reality, but there's things we can do to get there together.
No, it's not worst case. If it was a worst case, Ruthie would have taken the Anderson forecast from the last 15 years and built in 4 years of decreasing revenue somewhere. So I would say it's not worst case.
No, not even close.
In fact, the UCLA most recent forecast said something like the future is stabilizing. So
that was UCLA?
That was last week, actually.
Good things come out of UCLA. Oh, I'm sorry, Nils. He's a Bruin through and through.
I think
Go Bruins.
Go Bruins. Yeah, so is Ruthie. I know. All right, well, that'll conclude my questions for now on the 5-year. We'll look forward to the budget.
Thank you.
The actual
Appreciate
budget.
you guys. And I'll be meeting with each of you.
We'll look forward to looking at real tangible numbers, not the,
Yep.
not the fake numbers.
All right, I'm going to give the floor back to Councilmember Karbasi, who had a follow-up question to the current discussion.
Yeah, I want to go back to the comments about baseline, and we're going to have a conversation about where our baselines are. I just want to be clear on a couple of things. I look forward to that conversation. For me, the baseline at this point is retaining the service levels we have for our constituents, our residents, and that means keeping positions where they're at right now and not letting anyone go, which we talked about. Definitely that's something that's there. But the other part, and the mayor mentioned this a few times, is economic development. We are finally forced to really focus on the departments that generate revenue and the activities in the city that generate revenue. I've just felt for the first time as a council member a fundamental shift. Market rate development, commercial, and more jobs. We had the Scanel project that just went through. That's going to generate a lot of jobs and revenue. Good job there. Finally, and we don't have to put all our eggs in one basket, we finally have to talk about market rate housing for the middle income families, working families in this community. So I'm glad to see we are now forced to embrace that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, first I want to extend my gratitude for your staff, and you, and all of you who've worked hard. I know you've been spending weeks and 10 or more hour days doing this late into the evening, and that's because you wanted to present this to the council, and it is transparent to everyone, which I greatly appreciate. And just, I want to just say, I personally don't have a problem with the fact that you're freezing some of these accounts, personally for me or the city attorney, because when we're all the same team, number one, and number two, I mean, this council has a role and a responsibility that once we deal with the budget, if we don't like what's happened, we can always change it. And that's our role, that's our responsibility. So, I mean, I think you have your job to initiate, and then we have our role, and so I'm comfortable with all of it. Just wanted to address something about the helicopter situation. We have 2 helicopters, is that correct?
Yes.
What's the status of their functioning ability at this point?
Of the chief
Okay, sure.
Yes, sir. Both helicopters are fully functioning right now. We did have to put one down last week for some updates, but they're both functioning right now. They are aging. I think they are 19 and 20 years old. So at some point we're going to have to replace them, but do they work? Yes, they work. Do they provide services and support to the patrol officers out there responding to calls? Yes, they do. Right now, the biggest issue right now is that they don't make those helicopters anymore. So, for example, we had to put, they were both down this last weekend for a couple of days, and that's because the manufacturer actually they have to make the parts for us because they no longer make the parts. So if there's a replacement piece that we need, it's very expensive to have the parts manufactured, and at some point they're just not cost effective. To provide maintenance for helicopters where the parts are no longer made, it's a lot more expensive.
How critical is the use of the helicopters to the mission of keeping the citizens of Fresno safe?
It's very, very important. I actually keep a subfolder of all the apprehensions, all the assistance that they provide the officers, mainly at night, when they can't see a suspect who may be armed. That police helicopter is basically their eyes and ears. They can see what's going on. They have FLIR, which is basically they can see the heat from a suspect who may be hiding. And they really, truly do not only protect our police officers, but they also help us find lost and missing children. Folks with Alzheimer's and things like that. So it's pretty critical for a large city like this one. And we have 2, so we can always have one in operation. And we weren't able to do that last week. I had to send a text to the city manager telling her, hey, by the way, we don't have Skywatch. It's going to be down for a couple of days because we're having to do some maintenance on it.
Okay, so it's critical. I mean, would you say on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 10, or no?
I'd say it's above 8.
It's above 8. Okay.
It's, can we respond to calls without them? Yes, we can. Can we provide services and make police reports and make apprehensions? Yes, we can. Do they provide a level of safety and security to not only the police officers and the citizens? Yes, they do. And I'd hate to see what would happen in the last 10 years if we didn't have them. I think it's quite possible that we have our homicide rate, our apprehension rate wouldn't be what it is. And I hate to think what would happen if we don't have that overwatch for our police officers. Yep. They have found and identified armed assailants that our police officers could not see at night, and that's the critical portion of it.
Yeah, I think it's very important to understand that the helicopter is not, or 2 helicopters is not some luxury that the police have. It's part of crime fighting. It's part of making sure police officers are safe. It's part of making sure our citizens are safe. You said locating children, helping missing people. So I think some people feel like these helicopters are just some luxury that the police have. This is as important as any other tool that you have to keep the citizens safe and to keep your officers safe.
Well, you know, I'll give you an example. This is the 4th budget year that I'm asking for replacement of helicopters, my 4th budget year. At my previous agency, which is also a large city, I took a portion and, you know, I was over the helicopters, and we replaced 2 brand new helicopters in 2014. Guess what they're doing now? Replacing those again, because it's about a 10-year span life that you're supposed to keep these. That way you can get enough value for the helicopters when you sell them back. Currently, the pricing for our helicopters, we can only get about $200,000 to $400,000. And as the mayor alluded to earlier, the price for a new helicopter year 1 when I was appointed was about $4.2. Now it's $6.2 million. So these things aren't getting any cheaper. And it's critical for a major city like Fresno to have that type of technology. It's an officer safety issue. It's a public safety issue.
Okay, so in light of the budget, and we've talked about it, and I've asked you before in terms of a plan to purchase this. Do you have a plan that you can present to the council this year that can be part of the budget, even within the constraints that we have to replace one of these helicopters?
I've been working directly with a city manager to develop a plan. You know, I don't work in finance, and I'm not a statistician. Obviously, I'm not an accountant. That's been delegated to Ms. Ruthie Quinto.
A plan regarding doing this?
Yeah, we have a plan.
Tell us, what's the plan?
We have a plan and a funding model. We just are working on where to get the funding for that funding model.
Okay, will you be including in this budget your funding plan for a new helicopter?
Given that it is the mayor's proposed 25 budget, I'll defer to him on that. And I think he has said that he is definitely considering it, but I don't want to speak for the mayor because it's his budget.
Well, I'll speak for the mayor.
You'll know on May 16th. After further conversation with councils to get a feel for what level of importance they feel that the replacement of the aircraft is. But at the end of the day, I also look at if you can't get replacement parts and it means your helicopter's down, or if the maintenance for your helicopter exceeds what you would pay, you know, to be able to replace it. It's like a car. Yeah. You got a car 30 years old and it's costing you $5,000 or $10,000 a year to fix. Isn't it better just to get another car? With the exception of Councilmember Arias.
Yes, and Mayor, I listen, I'll wait till May 16th, but I hope that you're bringing a plan forward. I believe the city of Fresno needs the helicopter, and certainly one that is not unavailable where you need these up in the air.
Sure.
I've been up in them. I know how important they are. So hopefully it'll be part of your plan.
Appreciate it.
Chief, just one more thing. In terms of the budget and the freezing, is there any discussion at all? You're going to keep the same levels of police officers?
Yes, we are. And you know, one of the things that I'm very happy about is that the plan to reduce costing does not include terminating police officers or cutting back on police officers. As a matter of fact, you know, today I have 852 cops, which is more than we've ever had. We can actually grow the department as much as 875 police officers and still be within those cost savings. As you know, 926 is the allotted, but you know, even if I hit the accelerator, it would be very, very difficult to catch attrition. We lose approximately 5 police officers per month. I'm about to graduate a class with 20 of them. Well, it takes 5 months to train them. So guess what happens in 5 months? It's a net gain of -5. So it is difficult to be fully staffed. We can still hit the accelerator and make up some cost savings this budget year.
Okay. And I don't know if the fire chief is here. I just want to make sure the same thing is with the fire chief. We're keeping the same staffing. Oh, sorry, Chief, I didn't see you over there. I assume we're keeping all the same levels as well.
Well, yes. So we don't intend to lay off any firefighters. We intend to keep the same amount of firefighters, but to meet, you know, to meet budget. I mean, we had to propose a handful of different options, and one of those options was less firefighters on engine companies each day. So we went from 3 to 4 with the safer grants. I don't know if we'll be able to continue that if the funding's not there.
Okay. What would that essentially mean to the citizens of Fresno?
Well, I think we've worked pretty hard to increase staffing. We have 17 engines that all have four personnel on there. The standard is it's safer for firefighters. It also allows us to increase the ability to get tasks done at a fire. So less engine companies going because you have more people on that engine. At the end of the day, like you asked Chief about, do you need that helicopter? It's great, but can we do it with less? I mean, we did it for years with less. It's just going to be more resources on scene, or, potential for injuries to go up. I mean, there's a handful of different scenarios, but our goal would be to maintain the staffing levels that we have right now. But when you're looking at what you're looking at and you have to make it work, the only way to do it is to reduce some things. So.
Okay. Well, I'll be interested in looking at how that goes because. Obviously, the number one priority for all of us ought to remain making sure that we provide the level of safety and security for the citizens of Fresno, whether it's police or firefighters. So I'm not interested in having less staffing levels at a time. I'm interested in keeping those levels in order to ensure what I think is our number one priority is making sure the citizens of Fresno are always safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Georgianne.
Maybe, let me add to that is currently we have, Billy, 21 fire stations? 20 plus airports. So take airport out of it. 20 stations. 18 of them currently have 4? All but 3?
All but 2 of our stations have,
okay.
have 4.
So 18 out of 20 have 4 people on them. We went from a staffing level of having 81 a day when I became the mayor, went up to 95, now 103 plus 4 battalion chiefs plus 2 at the airport. So 109 per day. I can tell you that we looked at numbers. What happens if you reduce one fire station from going from 4 to 3? You save about $425,000 a year. So that's what we're grappling with. No decision's been made. We haven't met with the fire union, but we want to just look at all options. City Manager?
Yeah, and I think, I don't know that I really wanted to get into this today, but I mean, the real issue with the fire department is overtime. And, they have automatic shift replacement, and it is millions and millions of dollars a year. So when somebody is out unexpectedly and we have to backfill that fourth with an overtime, it is expensive. And so what we've asked and what I've asked the chief to do is to go back and sit down with the labor group and talk about how we can find other ways of doing things that can help reduce costs. So we want nothing more than to maintain 4 firefighters on every one of those rigs. But at the end of the day, when we're looking at the budget deficit that we're looking at, and public safety makes up 70% of that, that's where the difficult discussions have to come. And absolutely, we're not looking at laying anybody off. We're looking at maintaining, but something has to give. So we need to look at different ways of doing things instead of doing them the way we've always done them, which may not be the most efficient and the most cost effective.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. And again, thank you to
you. Thank you.
All your staff who've worked hard on this. I appreciate it.
All right, Mayor, I'm going to bring us home. I think most of my questions have been answered related to the reserve, TOT, vacancies. I think my only question is in regards to the $21 million in salary savings from the vacant positions. Does that include anything from the Capital Projects Division?
No, because they are funded with other than general fund. They're 100% ISF
grant
or grants.
The
state grant and other fundings, or directly billed to the Public Utilities Department or other projects that have a funding source other than the general fund.
Okay, so we are not freezing in the hiring of any new engineers that we need to help make our infrastructure projects completed.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, okay.
Full speed ahead on engineering.
Yes, but we've only gotten $50 million of the state money. So what I've instructed the director is I want to make sure we're not hiring people for $250 million worth of work today, since we don't have 250. Right. So we need to hire for the 50 million, and we need to start hiring for the rest. We don't want to be behind on hiring, but I don't want to hire all 250 million worth of people up front, because just in case the rest of that money doesn't come forward.
We still don't have the $43.7 million in hand from the IIGC grant, but Kelly is working feverishly with the state to get that. The longer they hold on to it, the more interest they make on all of it.
Yeah. So out of the money that we have received, how many vacancies do we still have?
Randall, do you know off the top of your head? Come on down. You're the next contestant. 40? 40.
40. Remember, we had to build that department, too.
It's 145. 140 positions. We have 40 vacant.
And similar to the SAFER grant, when this money runs out, we're going to have to find a way to continue to fund these engineers?
Yeah, what my plan was we know that if we got the full 250, that was enough work to keep us busy for probably 7-8 years. As projects are completing, we need to reevaluate the staff size, and as people leave, we don't hire them back. So we really have to manage according to funding source. So as we do a big project, I mean, maybe it's $20 million worth of work. Well, then if 2 people leave, we may not need to hire them back, because we may not have a replacement funding source. So we wanted to make sure that we were kind of doing it downsizing via attrition. Just as people naturally left the organization, we wouldn't particularly hire all of them back.
I see.
Unless we got another funding source.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to your team. I know you guys are doing, 20-hour days?
It feels like 100-hour days.
Most days.
100-hour days.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank
very
you, Council.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Next is the consent calendar. Do any council members who have not yet done so, do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Bredefield.
None other than the one
What you've already noted on
yes.
record. Councilmember Esparza. Council Vice President Carbasi.
No, Madam President.
And I have none as well. And we are now going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items only. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item? If so, please come up to the podium at this time.
You said consent, contested consent, and what else?
Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on a consent or contested consent item? See none. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak on a contested consent or consent item? If so, we'll have them please state their name and the item they wish to speak on.
Council President, there is no one who has their hand raised.
All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Council Member Bredefield. Any opposition? See none, item passes 6-0. All right, we're going to do contested consent next. And we are going to start with item 2E. That's the resolution adopting the 578th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule to revise the fireworks administrative citation fees, pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Chief, please come on up. We were able to discuss this matter, and I really appreciate your help. In a nutshell, I think this is a great item. I'm going to make a motion to approve it. I just have one caveat for the future. So I make a motion to approve. Okay. On this item, It allows you to have a progressive fining process for people that use illegal fireworks. As you know, we get a heck of a lot of calls as council members, in addition to your department, during the 4th of July and other celebrations with these illegal fireworks. So what I want to do is, we're going to approve this today, but we're going to come back with new language, change the ordinance, so we'll extend that window beyond 12 months. That way, if you got a frequent flyer that's doing it every July 4th, they're not going to get that baseline fine. They'll get a progressively higher fine. That's just what I'm thinking about, just to give you a heads up on that. Any comments or thoughts on that?
No, yeah, we can work to make
Great.
it happen. So.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Good? Okay, this is for item 2E. I have a motion to approve by Council Vice President Kerbasi and a second by Council Member Butterfield. Any objection? See none, item passes 6-0. Next item is 2I. This is to reject all proposals received for a citywide requirements contract for elevator maintenance. This was pulled by Council Vice President Kerbasi.
City Manager was very helpful and answered all my questions, so I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Council Vice President Kerbasi and a second by Council Member Butterfield. Councilmember Arias, the floor is yours.
Does this item further delay the repairs of the elevator at City Hall?
Councilmember Brian Barr, Director of General Services, no, it does not. That project is in full swing and scheduled to be complete this fall.
Great. And are we simply doing repairs again to the elevators?
The project is for the modernization and renovation of it, so you'll see completely new interiors of the elevators as well.
Got it. Thank you.
For 2I, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any objections? Hearing none, item passes 6-0. Up next, we have item 2Q. This is to approve a second amendment to the consultant services agreement with Dudek, extending the consultant's performance period by 3 months to continue professional services related to the development of the Urban Forest Management Plan. This was pulled by Council Member Maxwell.
Assistant Director, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, I just had a couple of basic questions to refresh my memory. It's been a while. Can you remind me what the scope of this contract was again, please?
So, good afternoon, Council. Brian Russell, Department of Public Works. So the scope of services is to come up with a 40-year management plan for the urban forest. It includes a series of staff interviews, community engagement, canopy cover analysis, tree planting priority map, urban forest composition analysis. We're going to assess the tree management practices, come up with a strategic plan, and also set some long-term as well as some short-term goals.
Are they going to set out goals for us, or how we should prioritize certain aspects of urban forestry management, or is that all on us?
No, it does set goals. Sets canopy goals that are with 3 different levels of kind of where we're at today, what maybe the next bite-sized step would be, and then what we should do if we had unlimited budget.
And will your office prepare estimates for how much it would cost to meet some of those goals, short-term and long-term?
Yes, that's part of the analysis.
That's part of the analysis,
yes.
So we'll have all those cost estimates as well?
Yep.
Okay. I'm trying to remember. I want to say we initially passed this contract in July of 22?
Yes, that's correct. July of 22 was a 16-month contract. Since then, we have requested a time extension of 3 months. And
that was December of last year?
That is correct, yep.
And what was the nature of that extension?
It's really just time extension. So we're still within the budget of the project.
What was the budget again?
The budget was $249,958.
$250,000.
Funded by a CAL FIRE grant.
And they weren't ready by December, so we had to extend it. Is that correct?
Correct. Matter of fact, what we're here for today is the plan is 95%, but we don't want to shortcut the public review and council review period. So our plan is to have this before council for council review on April 5th and public review simultaneously. And then from there, we'll close the review period on April 19th, and then we'll present the findings and any adjustments we've got to make to council on May 23rd.
That's when we would adopt it potentially?
Correct.
In May?
Correct.
Okay. What was the reason that it got delayed 6 months?
You know, it's been a big project, as you could imagine, the span of what we've had to cover, as well as with the many stakeholders involved, the in-depth review process. We wanted to make sure that we get it right. We get it right the first time. So it really comes down to we don't want to shortchange the public review component. That's the main driver of why we're getting this extension or asking for this extension today.
Okay. Chances it gets extended again?
Really low.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll be able to see those projections and estimates sometime in May.
We're proposing to have it to you on April 5th.
Oh, April 5th, but we'll vote to adopt it in May.
Yeah, so you'll have between April 5th and really April 19th to submit any feedback you'd have. And then we would hope to have it all buttoned up in a bow, ready for your approval and adoption on May 23rd.
Sounds good. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Welcome.
I have a motion to approve for item 2Q and a second by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Vice President Kerbasi. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I did pull the item as well. I'm sorry, I have a question for you. And it may have just been covered. And I apologize. Usually I'll call you beforehand, but I noticed something this morning when reading the report that I didn't catch last time. So it's grant funded. The grant expires in March of this year, correct?
It does. The grant actually expires March 31st.
Okay. End of March.
The grant authority has allowed us time to utilize all the investment we've made up to now, up until the end of what you guys extend here today. But any more expense out of that, we're going to have to come up with a way to fund it.
And you said it's fairly minimal. My question is, though, what was the holdup? And that might have just been covered. I didn't catch that. Why is this not completed on time? Was it the contractor?
No. Actually, the contractor's been doing well. It really comes down to the amount of stakeholders and public input. If you guys recall, we did all those community engagement meetings. Tremendous amount of stakeholders, and anytime we're trying to put that much together, it can just happen. And we had some additional comments that were provided pretty late in the game that we thought were valid, very valid, and we needed to kind of revamp some things. And again, we're just about done, but at this point, we're just trying to make sure we have proper and appropriate public review time. And that's what's really driving this request.
Got it. Fair enough. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
We have a motion and a second for item 2Q. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Okay, that concludes our contested consent items. So what we're going to do is jump to unscheduled communication, and then we'll close it out by hearing the economic development workshop presentation. Up first, I have Eddie Cannell.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Eddie Canal, and I wanted to come to you guys today in regards to, obviously it was Mr. Miguel Arias' district, but it goes for all of you guys. The shelters on Parkway. Me and my girlfriend were just kicked out of the villas that's ran by RH Community Builders. Just last week on Monday, we were assaulted by Pacific Valley Patrol. Everything was caught on video. My girlfriend's 5.5 months pregnant. She got body slammed to the ground. I got choked out like George Floyd. I lost consciousness and everything. And I'm just wondering, what is the city, are you guys gonna finally do something about the private security over there? I noticed that I've read articles in the Fresno Bee that one of the shelters finally has a different company. I believe it's American Guard, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's going to happen if this security company kills somebody. I could have died last week by Pacific Valley Patrol. You know, like, we have retained counsel already. We have a lawyer and everything to go after the company. But what's going on? You know, we are getting kicked out. Obviously now, because I filed several complaints with the state, BSIS, the Attorney General's office, and the governor's office, I'm starting to get RH Community Builders to talk to me. Brad Hardy is calling me personally because they're worried about being sued because now, they body slammed a pregnant woman to the floor, and then they used an illegal chokehold on me. My girlfriend had to step in last week and put hands on the security guard. She had to sock him in the head to get him off me. He was trying to kill me. I'm terrified. I don't sleep. I used to work at the Poverello last year, and that's not how we treat people. It's not. And I'm just begging for you guys and the city attorney to please look into it, including the mayor's office. Obviously, everybody that I wanted to talk to is gone already. But thank you.
You have 1 more minute left if you
I'm sorry. I didn't know. But I'm just hoping that maybe Mr. Miguel Arias will be able to speak to me sometime, if not today. I did leave a message with his secretary. Yesterday we did speak. I'm hoping that maybe we can actually talk more and actually, even if it's not face-to-face, over the phone, because this is a real serious matter, and I would like to talk to see, I heard you guys' budget. Why don't you guys hire Fresno PD at these shelters? Why don't you guys, you guys hire them at Walmart. Walmart pays for them. Why not make these people accountable for their actions?
We'll follow up with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Up next is Desiree Ledesma.
Thank you, Council.
Hello, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Desiree, native here in Fresno, and I consider myself part of Fresno's Humboldt. So I'm going to quote first from reporter Mark Siegel with PGN. This is a quote directly from him. "Let me make this crystal clear. If an LGBTQ and family moved into Gaza, Hamas would kill them." Here's another report from the FDD, Defense of Democracies. Hamas is an Iranian-backed Palestinian terrorist organization that controls the Gaza Strip. This is Hamas's charter, and also from the FDD, Defense of Democracies. The charter says, "The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight Jews and kill them." This is by reporter David Kilnick. It is a call for all in the LGBT community to speak up loudly and bold in support of Israel. Hamas is an organization that persecutes, tortures, and kills the LGBTQ people and forces them to flee for their lives. Hamas is an organization that denies LGBTQ plus people any rights, representation, and recognition. And I just want to say, everyone has a purpose, and it's crucial that we remain firm against hate groups, even if they are religious. So please, no ceasefire. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to provide public comment? This is unscheduled communication. Seeing none, we'll transition to Zoom. City Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to speak?
Yes, we have Lynn Owens.
Hello.
Hi, Lynn.
Hello. Yes, I would like to make, Des Martinez was one of the women that received Woman of the Year yesterday. And I just find it odd that she's practically a fixture in that council chambers. And her name was not on the public records, so I just want to make sure that that be known by the public that she did get, and kudos to Miguel for that. But and then you leave her name out. That was rude. This new format where Annalisa's just doing stuff whenever she wants to do it. Screw the public. Screw the people that are watching at home. It would be nice if you guys would say how many people, because when I watch on YouTube, I can see there's 25. There was 31 people by the time Jerry got up to do the budget thing. But we don't know how many people are on Zoom, and so there's no way for anybody to know how many people are watching from home. I don't know if you guys ever encourage more attendance at these things, but that gallery should be packed. And I hope that you are happy. Is Mr. Elizondo there? Is that what this is all about? You guys got rid of him? He doesn't miss council meetings. But I don't think he's spoken at the last one either, did he? I'm not positive. But I know this is definitely Annalisa using her power to silence the public. And it is despicable. The e-comments, why are those, you have to be 24 hours in advance so that, why? Because you can't do it during the meeting. So why is it cut off 24 hours in advance? It's just posted in the agenda, right? I never hear you guys mention e-comments, that you've got a particularly amount of e-comments. Sometimes someone will say, oh, I've got an email. And we don't even know if those are going into the record, into the minutes, the emails that come in that are supposed to be part of the record, because the agenda instructions have been changed where it implies that they're going to be part of the record, but it doesn't say it point blank like it used to say it. So I doubt that any of that is going into the public record. I just don't understand. You guys are supposed to abstain from even the appearance of.
Next, we have Crystal. Crystal?
Hello?
Yes.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to remind everybody about banning the fires and what it could do. Especially with this rain coming, the hypothermia, also with the homeless out here in the street. There's more people out here on Parkway than there was before. Travels is kicking people out left and right, left and right. Don't forget the Clarion. The Clarion is set up to where they divided couples into single rooms, so that way they wouldn't have extra beds to give to anybody to bring more people in. So I think you guys should look into that one also. And then.
Oh, she muted herself. Crystal, there you go.
Hypothermia. Well, you can get hypothermia at 60 degrees. There's rain coming. Nobody's doing anything to help the unhoused with the weathers or even getting housing. The rapid rehousing, that sucks because you have to have income to be able to go through rapid rehousing. Now, some people can't get a job or whatever, but a lot of the unhoused people can't even get a job right now because of their mental state. And nobody's getting help in the shelters with mental state. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Crystal. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. We're going to end today's meeting with item 3B. This is a workshop for the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. Lance Lippincott with the Economic Development Department. Before Vicki comes up and starts her presentation, I just wanted to say thank you to council, mayor's office, and city manager's office. You guys provided a significant amount of input for this plan, and it was critical to our planning effort. I would also recognize that one of our SEDS committee members is in the chamber, and I wanted to thank him as well, Will Oliver with the Fresno County EDC. He's been critical to the planning efforts as well. And now I'll kick it over to Vicki Dahl with Chabon Concepts.
Thank you, Lance. Appreciate it. And thank you to the council. I want to thank all of you, the elected officials, department staff, a lot of the different community members that we met with. They've been invaluable, as Lance said, in providing us information and guidance as we prepare this Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or SEDS. So what is it and why are we doing it? So The plan does not replace or compete with any existing plans of the city or the community partners. It's meant to incorporate all the different activities and align with the goals and the other activities that are in the general plan and all the other plans of the community. It's also essentially is set you up for additional funding. You guys do a great job of going after funding, but there's always need for more. So and this is for infrastructure funding, technical assistance, other activities, primarily from EDA, the Economic Development Administration, but also it helps with other federal and state funds. So it really shows, it is evidence of the city's regional planning and collaboration. Okay. There we go. Okay, so these are the sections of the SEDS that are required by EDA guidelines. The economic conditions is a section that kind of paints the picture of the demographics and the economic situation within the city and the region, really. It's data, trends analysis, and that was prepared by Dr. Robert Eiler from Economic Forensics and Analysis. Dr. Eiler presented his report, his findings, back in October to the SEDS committee, and the full report, full section, is included as an appendix on the SEDS. So the economic condition and the SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, which we'll look at in a minute. These two sections primarily are the basis for the goals and the strategies that we present in the action plan. The resiliency, workforce development, and equity are kind of fairly newer sections that EDA is requesting. In the past, the SEDS has kind of been a laundry list of infrastructure projects. They want to look broader than that. They want to make sure that all the different demographic groups and workforce development are all being addressed. So we have addressed them, kind of woven them into the strategies rather than doing specific individual sections. So this is our typical process that we use to create a SEDS. And while the process is typical, there's no typical SEDS. Each community is unique, and therefore each SEDS report is unique as well. So we interviewed, either personally or by phone, about 50 people, including, I think, all of the council members or their chief staffs. A lot of the, all of the SEDS committee members, a lot of different folks throughout the community. We also host an electronic survey for the general public to participate, to respond, give us information. And these were posted in 4 different languages: English, Spanish, Punjab, and Hmong. Lance and Kelly and I made presentations at several different community meetings throughout the city, really presenting the SEDS, what it's all about, encouraging people to participate in the surveys. So we also looked at about 24 existing plans and studies and documents that the city has, some of the county and some of the more regional groups' plans as well. These help to define goals, activities, strategies, and the development areas that we present in the plan. And lastly, that organizational ecosystem really is not something that we typically include in a SEDS, but there's such a group of people in Fresno that are really working together and independently and collaboratively to kind of move the whole boat and raise everything, that we thought it was really important to showcase that within the SEDS so that EDA understands that implementation of the SEDS really has some support throughout the community. So again, the SWOT, this is the highlights of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, really the assets and challenges in Fresno. We present this as a one-page summary within the SEDS document. It's supported by a much more in-depth narrative and analysis as an appendix. And we present the SWOT, the economic conditions, and other sections and information as succinctly as possible within the SEDS document itself, and we rely on the more detailed information to be presented in an appendix for those who want to delve into those details a little bit further. But we've learned EDA likes conciseness. They like an easy to read and digest document. So our goal is to keep the SEDS proper, a 20 to 30 page document. So the strategic framework, based on all the interviews that we did and the information that we gathered, the primary objectives, if you will, are three. It's really to improve the whole economic development situation and competitiveness, achieve a balance between the social, the economic, and the physical environment of the cities, which results in an all-around healthier community, and then really to align with the existing plans. So to create this framework, then we built 3 pillars, goals, focus areas, which is the basis of the economic development or the action plan. So the economic opportunities really are to make sure that their city has some quality, market-ready sites that are ready for businesses and entrepreneurs and really will improve the city's overall economic development competitiveness. The placemaking are those amenities and improvements that make these development areas, that makes the city as a whole a more pleasant, safer place to live and work. And then, it's not lastly, but ultimately, the workforce development is making sure that there are talented employees, talented workers for Fresno employers. The economic development or the economic opportunities, though. Working with staff, we were able to identify 10 different economic centers that really are the city's primary areas for development, either short-term or long-term. Each of these economic centers, each of the 10, are further profiled again in the appendix. It shows the vision that the city has, the objectives, the activities and investment that are currently going on, as well as the future opportunities and some of the challenges faced to realize these opportunities. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that by putting a focus on these 10 areas does not in any way preclude investment or development happening other places within the city. Okay? There's always room for that. These were basically came up with like the short list of your best bet opportunities for economic development.
May I interrupt you?
Sure.
Are all these potential sites and these potential locations of any particular type or use? In other words, I'm sure you know our history of redlining and concentrating heavy industrial in one portion of town and in another. Did you guys look at that at all, or are you just simply pursuing the low-hanging fruit?
No, there is some low-hanging fruit. There's also some really looking out to the future. So in this, of these centers, it includes really retail and commercial and industrial development all.
So I'll give you an example. My district has been requesting a grocery store, a Walmart for 20 years, and all they've gotten is distribution centers, heavy industrial proposals. So I think that's where the goal of development needs to match up with the needs of the environment in which you're suggesting it should exist.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, the trick with retail, if you will, is they have their criteria. And when the demographics and the market and, you know, cross streets and traffic counts and that, when that meets their criteria, then they're interested. They're a little bit of a different animal to go after than an industrial employer. But yes, these economic opportunities and the development types really are across the board in these areas.
May I also ask a question related to the slide?
Sure.
I represent the airport district. Obviously,
Okay.
that's probably the big economic portion of my district besides Blackstone. What's holding back that district from appearing as one of these top priority locations listed on this map? What
Oh,
were the
it's in there as a top part. It's in there.
Sorry, I have a hard time seeing it.
Okay, I know it's
is it the number 9
small.
on
Let
there?
me see. Let's see. I'll look through my cheat sheet here. Number 8?
Number 8?
Yes, number 8.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I can't see the exact demarcations.
Well, I can't imagine. They're small. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So again, these, as I said, these do not preclude you from developing or going after improvements for other sections or other areas of the town, of the city. And also, the SEDS is meant to be updated every year. So you can always change these boundaries, add new ones, expand them, contract them, whatever needs to happen. So just don't let that restrict your thinking. So it's really presented for EDA to show that you have figured it out. You think you know where the development can occur and where it should occur. Okay, so the placemaking aspect, this is essentially making improvements within and around these development centers or these economic centers. So it also adds to the city's competitive, both as a place to do business and a place to live and work. So these placemaking options or improvements really would help to connect the retail and the job centers to the folks who are living and working in the surrounding areas. And then workforce is never last on our list. It's always there. But, an educated and skilled workforce is critical today. It's one of, if not the top site selection factor that's looked at. We have to have market-ready, improved, and ready-to-go sites and buildings. But even with that, if you don't have the people to hire, you've lost some of that competitive edge. So the university, the college, the Workforce Development Board, and a lot of the other community-based organizations really are key. They're focused in, and they're doing a lot of really good stuff in this aspect. So the strategies that are presented in the SEDS regarding the workforce development are really about ensuring that the collaboration continues and stays strong, and that the city continues making neighborhood and community development improvements, things that will make Fresno attractive to graduating students and maybe entice them to stay on and build their career here, as well as attracting talent, professional talent from other areas. So anytime we do an economic development plan, there's a lot of things to do, long to-do list. So what we like to do is distill it down to those things that we think the staff could accomplish and get going in the next few months. And then after that, hopefully things have become part of the routine and we'll continue to move forward. So again, I want to thank the committee members who participated through this and helped us. They were very generous with their time and their knowledge and their guidance. Lance and Kelly and the whole ED department did an awesome job of engaging folks, setting up interviews and meetings, helping us promote and really keeping us on track with everything. So the next steps. This particular meeting is kind of the kickoff or the launch of the 30-day public review process that EDA requires. The document is on the project website, fresnoseds.com. I think there's a print copy at City Hall. If not, there will be one for those who would require a print copy. Notices are going out through the Business Journal for folks to take a look at and comment. What we'll do is we'll gather any of those comments that are submitted, and then working with staff and with the SEDS committee, we'll incorporate them as appropriate within the SEDS document. Then in later April, sometime after the 21st would end the 30-day period. So after that, we'll submit the SEDS to EDA. EDA allows themselves 30 days to review, and at that time you'll get a letter saying we've accepted it or we want more information. So between you, me, and the lamppost, I fully expect it to be accepted. We work closely with Mr. Marshall, who's the EDA rep for the Fresno area. We keep him informed as we go along, and he likes to see a draft before it goes out for public review. So we have shared that with him a couple weeks ago, and he's gave me a thumbs up. He likes it. He's pleased with it. So again, I can answer any questions that you have right now. Any that may come up in the next 30 days, you can feel free to give me a call or send me an email. And we will also, any comments that come back from EDA, if they want more information or any changes to anything, we're on board, and we will stay and continue to work with Lance and Kelly to get it accepted by EDA. So anything we can do to help Fresno continue to be successful in their economic development, we're here to do that.
City
Thank
Manager.
you very much. Are there any council members who have any questions or comments?
Just a quick question for City Manager.
Okay, Council Member Arias, you have the
Need
floor.
a motion to accept the report?
I think that would be helpful. No, we don't? Oh, Lance shaking his head. No, we don't. We just had to present it to you. It'll show in the minutes, and we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. It is 4:40 p.m. That concludes today's City Council meeting. Thank you, everyone, for being here.